Good evening, everyone. We'll begin the meeting right now at 6:06 p.m. I'd like to humbly acknowledge the land which you live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Cree and Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. And before we move on to tonight's meeting, I'd like to honor and recognize Councillor Jane Stroud with a moment of silence. This is the first meeting since Councillor Stroud's sudden, unexpected passing almost a month ago. And as I said when she passed at a memorial, we often say that everyone's replaceable. But when it comes to Councillor Stroud, she is someone that can never be replaced. She is loved and she is missed. All we can do now is honor her memory and work together to uphold her contributions and what she meant to us and to our region. Again, to Gordon, Kim, the entire family, friends, loved ones, and all those that worked with her over all the years, we again express our deepest, heartfelt condolences and most profound sadness to you on the loss of one of the best people and citizens our region has ever known. With that, I'd like everyone to stand, join a moment of silence, please. And thank you, Councillor McGrath. Thank you, everyone. This evening, if anyone in attendance wishes to address council on any of the agenda items, please register before the start of the agenda with the Legislative Services desk to my right, and I will be calling upon those who have registered to speak. When you're called upon to speak, you have 5 minutes to present. Please remain on topic and remain seated for questions afterwards. Before we adopt the agenda, does anyone wish to serve a notice of motion? Councillor Boussier? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I, Councillor Lance Boussier, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at the September 17th, 2024 Council meeting, that no litigation or legal actions be settled without prior approval of the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Can someone make the motion to adopt the agenda, please? Councillor Gradison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the agenda be adopted as presented.
Oh, we just got kicked out again. And can someone second that motion? Councillor McGrath?
Second motion.
Thank you. And for a show of hands, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Hearing none, can I have someone make that motion? Councillor Gradison?
Recommendations contained in item 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, 6.6, and 6.7 be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Gradison. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. I second it.
Thank you. And all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Now move on to public hearing of bylaw number 24/015, Municipal Development Plan, 2024 to 2044. Before declaring the public hearing open, here's an overview of the hearing process. The public hearing will be open, followed by the introduction of the item by administration and questions from council. We will then move into written submissions and hear verbal submissions from any of the speakers present, followed by questions from council. To finish, we'll hear closing statements, then the hearing will be declared closed. I hereby declare the public hearing open. I'd like to invite Amanda Owens, Such Chinook, Chandlesh Makwana, Planning Development Services, to introduce the report, please.
Thank you. Good evening, members of council and administration. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development Services, and with me this evening is Such Chanjiuk, Manager of Community Development Planning, and Shailesh Makwana, Acting Supervisor of Development Planning. We are here this evening to present to you the new municipal development plan proposed for approval, covering 2024 to 2044. In tonight's presentation, we'll be covering what an MDP is and why we need one. We'll outline how the MDP was created and present what the MDP strives to achieve. A municipal development plan, or an MDP, is a 20-year strategic plan that sets the vision and blueprint for future growth and development in our region. It defines future land uses, identifies proposals for future developments, growth patterns and infrastructure needs, provision of transportation systems, municipal services and facilities, and it provides strategies for managing growth and guides short-term and long-term decision-making in line with regional priorities. Every municipality in Alberta is legally required to adopt a municipal development plan through Section 632 of the Municipal Government Act, and is arguably one of our most important documents as a region. This plan must be aligned with the realities of the region. The RMWB's current municipal development plan, adopted in 2011, is now 13 years old. The previous plan focused on exponential growth during a time of an economic boom. Since then, the region has undergone several economic, cultural, and social changes. To add to this, the 2013 and 2020 floods, the 2016 and 2024 wildfires, the COVID pandemic, and the global downturn in oil prices have all contributed to an adjusted regional growth in our region. Furthermore, since 2011, there has been added emphasis on truth and reconciliation, sustainable growth, a diversified economy, and growing responsibly. In summary, the current municipal development plan no longer provides adequate direction for the region's growth and development, as it does not align with the realities, needs, and challenges our region faces today. To ensure the municipality has a strategy that guides its growth in alignment with the current context, a new municipal development plan is before you this evening and will be presented in more detail by such. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Good evening, members of council and senior administration. To prepare this new municipal development plan, a three-phased approach was adopted. The first phase included background research comprising of an assessment of the current municipal development plan, best practices, industry standards, and the latest trends in planning practices. As a part of this exercise, long-term plans from over 15 cities worldwide were evaluated. Phase 2 focused on identifying priorities in the region and drafting policies based on findings from Phase 1 and public engagement. Phase 3 was focused on refining the draft policies and finalizing the proposed MDP. All three phases included input from residents, stakeholders, Indigenous partners, rural communities, council, and administration. As a part of preparing the municipal development plan, a population growth analysis exercise was undertaken, and it identified that from 2001 to 2022, the region recorded an average natural growth of about 1.4%. This average growth percentage is similar to many other cities similar in size, such as Medicine Hat and Regina. To ensure the region has enough developable lands to accommodate the increase in population over the next 20 years, the MDP contemplates three different growth scenarios. A 1% growth scenario that is based on a minimum natural growth the region has experienced in the last 20 years, a 2% growth scenario that contemplates natural growth and in-migration through various provincial and federal immigration programs, and a 3% growth scenario that contemplates a boom in the region. To be realistic, the municipality is projecting a 1% regional growth rate in the region, reaching to about 99,000 people by 2044. While the 2% and 3% growth rates are challenging to achieve, the municipality is well positioned to accommodate such growth given our development-ready lands and existing infrastructure. To develop this MDP, the municipality conducted three phases of engagement. The first phase, from September to November 2020, focused on establishing the vision and priorities for the region. Phase 2 of engagement was conducted from January to March 2021, where the public and stakeholders were requested to provide feedback on the vision and draft policies. Third engagement from January to June 2022, whereby the draft plan was presented to the public and stakeholders, and confirmation on policies were sought and revisions to the plan were made. Participants in this engagement included Mayor and Council, Council-appointed boards and committees, Construction Association, Real Estate Board, Build Wood Buffalo, excuse me, the Arts Council, school districts, Chamber of Commerce, urban and rural residents, the oil and gas industry, right-holding partners, community partners, Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism, amongst others. To summarize the engagements, 77 in-person and virtual meetings, 32 in-person and virtual workshops, 10 open houses, and online data sharing and mapping were conducted. Over 3,400 participants participated in the engagements, and the social media campaign recorded over 204,000 impressions for the MDP project. The online public survey results indicated that 96.3% of respondents agreed with the proposed draft plan. The MDP structure includes the vision, goal, strategic directions, along with supporting policies and action items. The vision for this new MDP, as a result of all engagements that was finalized, is a flourishing region and community of choice with a strong sense of identity, history, and optimism to call home today and tomorrow. Space approach that focuses on enhancing the social fabric of the region. It also aims to maximize and builds on the opportunities that we already have. Through public engagement and background research, 6 goals were identified for Municipal Development Plan. These are home and belonging, economic growth and innovation, truth and reconciliation, celebrating community and culture, connecting to nature, and responsible development. The goal of home and belonging focuses on enhancing livability in Wood Buffalo. It contemplates fostering opportunities for social interaction, promoting various mobility choices, embracing all 4 seasons, and providing diverse and attainable housing choices. This goal also focuses on creating a safe and secure region, promoting community safety, and maintaining higher emergency response and preparedness standards. It also constitutes creating caring communities that support the health and wellness of its residents. This includes promoting access to local food, enhanced assistance and support to people in need, equitable access to healthcare, education, and social services, and promoting health equity throughout the region. The next goal, economic growth and innovation, focuses on empowering regional economic development and includes policies for diversifying regional economy, fostering economic development throughout Wood Buffalo, responsible natural resource development, and capitalizing on the outdoors. It also provides a framework for supporting skills and knowledge development. The third goal in the MDP is truth and reconciliation. This includes understanding the municipality's role in answering the calls to action and addressing them. Fostering relationships, creating meaningful opportunities, and building on economic and social opportunities are priorities. Honoring Cree, Dene, and Métis history is also identified as one of the strategic directions. The fourth goal is celebrating community and culture. This goal focuses on conserving and celebrating areas of culture and historical significance. Some of the priorities under this goal are supporting art and cultural programs and public art initiatives. It also includes encouraging public events and festivals, celebrating diversity, and providing a welcoming environment to newcomers. With many diverse groups in the region, this goal also focuses on building regional pride and supporting young talent. Building meaningful relationships that foster transparent decision-making and facilitating partnerships and intermunicipal cooperation are additional priorities under this goal. The fifth goal of the MDP is connecting to nature. This goal provides strategic direction for the municipality to promote healthy ecosystems. The policies in this goal also provide guidance on creation of a blue and green network throughout natural areas and activating parks and recreational spaces. Acting on climate change, including protecting communities and supporting renewable initiatives, is also one of the strategic directions of this goal. Growing intentionally and responsibly is imperative to wood buffalo. Therefore, responsible development has been identified as the sixth goal of this MDP. This goal provides policies for growing responsibly. It provides growth concepts for the region, urban service area, and rural communities. To ensure we develop responsibly, the focus is placed on utilizing the already developed lands in the region, followed by lands that have some level of planning in place, and then opening new areas for development. The third section of this goal, responsibly developing rural communities, provides specific policy direction for each of RMWB's rural communities. Each community has its own unique growth concept and associated policy framework. The development strategy for rural areas is coordinated with their area structure plans to ensure coordination among planning documents. To monitor the implementation and assess the performance of this MDP, various performance indicators for each goal have been identified. These performance indicators can provide information on how well the MDP is being implemented and if the policies in the MDP are contributing to a change. In addition to the performance indicators, specific short, medium, and long-term action items that the municipality should undertake are also identified. To summarize, the proposed MDP provides a new vision for sustainable growth and development in the region. It takes a place-based approach that focuses on maximizing and building on the opportunities the region already has. It aims to enhance the social fabric of our region and provides a framework for effective decision-making, and provides for different growth scenarios and strategies to grow responsibly, making infrastructure investments sustainable. In addition, the new MDP provides policies for the municipality to be resilient, manage disasters effectively, advance truth and reconciliation, and promote economic growth in the region. A distinctive attribute of this plan is detailed implementation and monitoring framework, which includes performance indicators and specific action items to achieve this vision. In closing, the proposed MDP is aligned with our current reality and responds to the challenges we face today. In order for us to progress, it is imperative that the future growth be intentional and responsible, and a new vision be adopted to enhance the sense of belonging in our region. This concludes our presentation. We'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Sach. Councilor Dogar, I have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me a chance. This planning for 20 years, a lot of efforts are being done, and there was a workshop also. I admire the efforts of Director Amanda and her team. Very great efforts are being put in. But I have a point that about 19 years back, I came to this town. The things are totally different. You know, I as a trucker, my truck used to make $2 grand a day. And now it doesn't make $1,200 a day. And you know, jobs were so that my son was being dragged to different stores. Please do it, please do it. So, you know, the factors which we have seen, the industry, the population, we in our previous 20 years plan, we were expecting
Sorry, Councilor Dogar.
231.
We can get into debate after, but right now, just a question, please.
The question is, why we are giving so much importance in 20 years? Why not 10 years?
Through the chair to the question, under the Municipal Government Act, we're mandated to establish a municipal development plan, which is a 20-year plan because it's a long-term strategic plan. Typically, though, we update it every 10 years. So we're paying attention to the growth scenarios. And in this situation, our previous MDP was brought forward in 2011. And for all the reasons that you're outlining, that's why we're bringing it back to council, because things have changed in the region and we need to right-size the plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Dogar. Great question. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair to Amanda. I commend you and your team, Amanda, for your engagements. I guess my question is, just looking at the numbers provided and the 3 different engagements that were done, to me, the numbers look low. And I know certainly it wasn't because of lack of effort with you and your team, but how do we compare to other communities, like with their engagements?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier. In terms of engagement, we started working on this project when we were going through COVID.
Right.
And that's why the first phase sort of had a little bit of a lower engagement numbers. By the time we ended the project, we started seeing really, really high numbers. Primarily, we promoted the project through social media, which recorded an impression of about 171,000 impressions or something like that. We also distributed around 3,000 flyers all throughout the region to promote the project. So all through 3 phases of engagement, a lot of effort was put in to sort of inform public, inform stakeholders, get in touch with them and seek feedback. But overall, the numbers that we have are the numbers we have. Typically on projects like these, we would get similar numbers.
Right, and through the chair, Such, I'm not questioning the effort. I think you guys done a hell of an effort. It's just, I mean, I look at the numbers in 2020 was 700, it says, and then we doubled the last engagement around 1,400 or something, according to the report. But I mean, if you have 70 or 80,000 people, to me, 1,400 is low, and out of the 14, is there duplications? I don't know. I guess just the question was more for information. Have we ever tracked numbers or asked other communities their population stats and their response numbers?
Through the chair, I do not have that data. I'm sure our comms team does do that. They wouldn't have sort of cleared the project if we didn't get enough engagement on this one.
Right, okay. No, I was just curious, like what our participation rates like compared to other communities. The one thing I did like was because I don't think we did it in the past, recognizing that, you know, this is a 4-season community, and it was good to see some pictures in winter and things like that. I think the last time we had a presentation, and we go back to what's that, sorry? Yes, the last presentation I remember on 13 was, I think there were 70 pictures, and I think 68 were like summer and 2 were winter, and we had sailboats and yachts, and I've yet to see those in Fort McMurray, at least on the Snai I haven't, but anyways, but yeah, no, I commend you and your effort and your team. I think it's very good. I was just kind of disappointed that the numbers weren't higher, but it didn't surprise me, but certainly you've done everything you could to get people to participate, so.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Just for information, I think 99.9% of the pictures that we've used in the current MDP are local.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Great questions. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair. Recognizing already you've commented on the 4 to 5 years of work that's gone into this document, the 1,000 upon 1,000 hours. If I understand it correctly, this is a living document. Nobody's ever going to get it all right. There's just too much information, too much evolution of community, time and everything. It's never going to be perfect. But you start with a base, which I believe is what you're presenting, and then it's a living document. Is that correct? Any time you find something in the document that's not working, you come back to council and it gets amended to right the ship as we move forward. Is my understanding correct?
Through the chair to the question, yes, we always have the opportunity to amend the municipal development plan. Typically, we'll come in front of council every 10 years-ish, no matter what. But if there is something that does require an amendment, we can definitely bring it forward and have it up for council debate.
Well, and I certainly don't want to wait 10 years, but I kind of backtrack. I've been hearing about the fact that the MDP's not been right for years and years. So I assume you've been coming to council in one way or another for the last number of years, not just once every 10 years. It's an evolution of information coming back as well.
So the chair to Councillor Grandison, this MDP specifically includes monitoring framework and key indicators that will allow us to assess the performance of the MDP on an ongoing basis. We plan to do it every 3 to 5 years. And if there are changes or if we see that the policies in the MDP are not really working, we plan to come back to council for amendments.
Perfect, thanks. I just wanted clarity that it's not cast in stone. I just want to let people know that it can always evolve. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Banjogo?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thanks for the presentation. If I heard and read correctly, the average age is about 31 in this region, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct, somewhere around that.
Okay, so my question is around what are we going to do, or what are we going to do intentionally to keep the people here? This community or this region, particularly Fort McMurray, is very transient. People come and leave. Is there anything we would do intentionally, or I don't know if that question is for you? And the second question is there anything we are missing in terms of maybe the resources that we need to keep more seniors in the community? I was surprised at that age range. I'm not totally surprised. I mean, it's a working community, but I didn't know that we're that young in range in terms of population.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, the goals in the MDP, specifically home and belonging, is created specifically to target the idea of making this a home community. As you mentioned, there has been an idea out there that this is a transient community, which we're not. We are evolving into a more actual community, and the goals that are in the MDP, specifically home and belonging, is crafted and gives us policies to sort of implement action items that will help us translate into more of a home community rather than transient community. So there are action items and policies in the document that support that idea. In terms of aging population as well, there are policies in the MDP that talk about more accessibility, more mobility choices, more housing types to sort of support the aging community population that we have. So all of those things were considered when we were crafting the MDP, and different goals target all of these items in different ways.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjogo. Councillor Roussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just a question to the presenters. I believe on the presentation or the report, the 200-some pages, and maybe it was in there, does Sapper Creek not have an area structure plan?
Through the chair, Sapper Creek does have an area structure plan. The boundary of it was amended, I think, a few months or last year or something like that. I think it has one, but it is a very, very old area structure plan.
Okay, because in the report, it looked like it was highlighted that it didn't.
We can check that. It's probably just a dot or something. We can check that. It might be a printing error or something.
Okay, so it does have one. And then,
yes, Sapper Creek does have an area structure plan.
And then we bought, or council, I don't know if it was previous council before, they brought the airport into the USA, correct?
Through the chair, I'm not 100% sure, but we can look into it.
Okay.
But airport does have an area structure plan if you're referring to that.
Yeah, no, I was just, where I'm going with this is Saline Creek or Henning Ridge. That's in the USA.
That is in the
The
US.
airport, I believe, is in the USA. Leo Robert Industrial Park is in USA, but yet Sapri is still considered
Outside of USA.
rural,
Yes.
right? Okay. Was there any discussion about, and I know it's a discussion for a different night, and I'm not advocating for Sapri and Draper to come into the urban, but I just know we're getting awful close to Sapri with bringing the other into the USA, so I didn't know if there was discussion about that.
Through the chair, we didn't consider that at the stage of MDP. That is not the platform where we would sort of bring areas into the service area boundary. There might be conversations that could happen down the line regarding it. We just didn't consider it at the stage of the MDP.
Okay. And then I'll just maybe ask one more question. I have a few questions, but I'll let some of the presenters speak. We talk about, like I read the report, and there's lots of talk about working with other partners. And I'll just use this as an example. One of them was safe mobility and talking with Alberta Transportation. So here are a couple issues that, and I guess I'm just looking, what are we going to do different moving forward than what we've done in the past. So I'll just use the bridge over Hospital Street. That was damaged forever. It didn't seem to get fixed. It finally is fixed. There's a barricade or a guardrail coming down Beacon Hill that's finally been fixed. That was damaged and left unattended for a while. So we talk about performance indicators and we talk about working with other partners. So in something like that, what are we going to do different going forward that maybe the bridge is repaired quicker or the guardrail is restored? And
Through the chair, when we were preparing the MDP, we had a lot of stakeholders on the table, and the policies and the action items have been crafted in consensus, so to say. A lot of things in the MDP were written based on the feedback that we heard from stakeholders or based on their willingness to sort of take on some of the projects. So in terms of doing things differently, I think a lot of it is the coordination and working with them, informing them at the right time, and sort of undertaking some projects as the municipality itself. In terms of, like I said, in terms of doing things differently, I don't think the way of working with stakeholders would change much. It's more about being conscious of what is happening in the community and keeping them involved and having them on board with various projects that the municipality and them are going to be undertaking together.
okay, so I mean, and I think Funky, Councillor Banjanko or someone talked about keeping people in the community. So one of the things I struggle with is, like, we have parts of the community that I think are very beautiful, but I still struggle coming into Fort McMurray. Mm-hmm. Whether you land at the airport or you drive, I find it very unsightly. And unfortunately, a lot of it, like the bridge, took forever to fix, and the guardrail, and just grass maintenance. So I guess I'm just like, if it's not getting done in a timely fashion now, how are you going to like change it? Like, what's going to be different that, you know, the folks in town or council feels really secure that going forward that things will maybe move a little quicker? And I get it, you're dealing with the province and they're a contractor. I do believe that it's in our agreement with the province that we can take on some of these responsibilities, and I'm not saying we want to, because again, it'll be a cost that we probably have to bear. But it's things like that. We want to keep people in the community. Like, we had baseball just here in Nationals, and those people got to drive from the airport. And once you get down Beacon Hill, it's beautiful, like the valley, but it's just trying to get past there to see how beautiful McMurray is. And I struggle with it. I mean, it's in here, you're discussing in your MDB, working with Alberta Transportation and stakeholders, and I just looking for something that tells me, yeah, we got it right this time.
Through the chair, I don't have a clear answer for you, and I'll tell you honestly why. Because Alberta Transportation, provincial stakeholders specifically, there are a different level of government. I mean, as much as we want to get things done tomorrow, dealings take time, and the plan is not primarily crafted for dealing with provincial government. It's a municipal plan that guides us on how should we be undertaking projects and how do we deal with organizations in the region. Now, Alberta Transportation being a provincial agency, all over the place, all through the Alberta. We can't necessarily dictate what and how they do things, but this is more so for our coordination with the organizations that we have in the region itself. So I'll give you an example. We have, in the plan, a lot of times it would make reference to an economic diversification or tourism agency that primarily refers to Fort McMurray Economic Development Tourism Corporation. There are a lot of things that we can do in partnership with them to promote our region, and some of those policies are captured in here. In terms of sort of keeping people here, or bringing people here, the plan focuses on creating an ease of doing business plan. I'm just sharing it for the perspective of everybody. And that plan sort of emphasizes on how can we make business easy for people who are coming to the region for the first time. What processes can we create for them so that things can happen in a snap rather than them going from one place to the other to the third? We also talk about tax incentives, so programs like Downtown Revitalization Program or the tax incentive program that the municipality just approved. All of those are also programs that are talked about in here. So it has a lot of information surrounding how we work together as a region. It doesn't necessarily go into, and we had those conversations at the stage of preparation of the MDP. We were discussing health. Now, health, again, is a subject of provincial matter. Alberta Health deals with it. So we can't really dictate how they promote a healthy region. But from our perspective, we try to create policies that promote health in the region by way of creating more trails or opportunities for people to become healthy. That's what we've been trying to focus on. It's not really directed towards how we get provincial government to come sit at the table and get some projects done for us.
I recognize that. It's just, we have to work with them as well. And unfortunately, I think the cleanliness of the community, and like I've had friends tell me, they've given up phoning to get something done. They just put up with it, whether it's the ditches coming down 63 or whatever, right? They've given up. And it would just be nice if people, tourists, whether they're up here for sports tourism, visiting family, when they come in the community, that the drive down Beacon Hill or 63 is like the same going up Beacon or Thickwood. It's normally clean, the garbage is picked. And I realize it's not necessarily always under the MDP, but I mean, there's certainly, when you're working with our partners, whether it's provincial government or industry, I just hoping that maybe we do things a little different. Because in this report, it says working with industry. I mean, we haven't worked with industry for a while. I think the last time was Councillor McGrath got him to the 7th floor back in 2015. Then we had a fire, but I haven't worked. And it's mentioned in report about having better relationship with the industry. Well, the 3 years I've sat here, I've had zero to do with industry. And that's just one partner, but you reference more, right? So anyways, it's not time for debate, but I just say thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. And before, I have a few questions. Before we got the bridge fixed from sitting outside administration's office, and I'll credit some of Councillor Ball's colorful personality for getting that done. And I think we might have to do that for that drive, because you and I have talked about that drive for several years now. One of the questions is, as Councillor Grandison mentions, living document, what's the process if in 2 years' time or a year time or 6 months' time we see something in this that we'd like to see changed? How would we go about changing that?
Through Chair to Your Worship, the document, like Councillor Grandison, it's a living document. We can bring back the document for changes anytime, tomorrow, day after. If we see significant, now this is a long-term policy plan, so for it to start working and for us to realize that it's actually working, it'll have to go through a certain time process. And only after that we'll be able to assess its performance. If we feel the policies are not working in accordance with how it is planned for, if we see sudden change in the population or growth or something like that, we always have the ability to replan. The purpose of this document is to plan for growth and development, primarily looking at how much lands do we have, if we're expecting to grow by a certain rate, would we have population, would we have lands for us to accommodate that population. And through our assessment, areas like Parsons Creek, Saline Creek can accommodate about 50,000 people. So if we were to grow by 2%, 2.5% year after year for the next 20 years, we should be in good position. We have enough lands to be able to survive. If we grow beyond that, now and this is 2% is consistently year after year for the next 20 years. If we grow 7% in the next year, supposedly, and after that we grow like 1%, the percentage will balance itself out. But if we start running out of lands, there are policies in the document that trigger us to sort of start looking at more developable lands or more social competence, so to say. That's why those trigger points, those performance indicators are embedded in the plan for us to be able to sort of start reevaluating the plan if something is not working.
All right, thanks, Sach. And is it normal to have and other MDPs to have climate change as one of the focal points?
So the Chair, I'm not clear on your question.
Well, I know we have one of the points is climate change.
Through
And-
Chair, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
is that normal in MDPs and other municipalities?
A lot of municipalities are addressing it. We've also tried to address it, given we are industry resource based town. It is imperative for us to sort of understand and even demonstrate that we're working towards it.
Thanks, Sachin. And also, the last question, as I've seen in this, there's parts of it where the MDP contradicts the land use bylaw on permitted use. How does that, I understand the land use bylaw would take precedence, but how does that conflict resolved if the community is asking about it?
Through the chair, once the MDP, if council approves it tonight, it'll sort of give some direction as to which direction do we take land use bylaw in. Based on all the engagements that we have had through the MDP process, they will then translate into updating area structure plans and land use bylaws. So that'll happen eventually. The first step to that is setting the higher planning policy tone. Once it's fixed and council approves it, it sort of trickles down, and the lower hierarchy documents would come to council for a change.
Okay, and they would come to council before you change land use bylaw and their permitted use based on that?
Yes, through the chair, yes.
Thanks, Sachin. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, thank you for the presentation. I guess a question, when we talk about urban service area and rural service area, there's different pieces that I guess is a question for the community that I get all the time, and I guess I don't have the exact answer. With the urban service area, we're talking about Fort McMurray, which is considered just the urban service area, not necessarily a city, right? Because we're a specialized municipality. Is that correct? Or is Fort McMurray considered a city?
Through the chair to the question, Jade, you might be able to provide additional clarification.
Through the chair to your worship, we're a specialized municipality by virtue of the amalgamation order in 1994. The surrounding area, which was an improvement district, was merged with the city of Fort McMurray, and essentially the urban service area approximates what was the city of Fort McMurray. And so because of the provincial legislation and the division of responsibilities, there is still a need to have the urban service area and the rural service area because of different expectations. For example, in the urban service area, we own legal title to all roads, and we have the responsibility for direction, control, and maintenance. In the rural area, the province owns the roads, and yet we still have the direction, control, and maintenance. So there's a division of responsibilities that still somewhat aligns with that old historical separation of the city of Fort McMurray and the improvement area. There's other specifics, but a lot of them are addressed in the amalgamation order.
I appreciate that.
Oh, and finally, sorry to interrupt. That can be changed, and we have changed it in the past. Parsons Creek, for example, got incorporated into the urban service area. We have to go through the province and request an amendment to the amalgamation order in order to affect that change, and there's schedules to the amalgamation order that then are amended, and we have to get very specific on the legal descriptions to create those boundaries.
No, I appreciate that. And I'm a simple man, so I'm going to ask kind of a different way. So Fort McMurray is not a city, but it is the urban service area based on the amalgamation agreement. Simply?
We're a specialized municipality. That's what we are. And the urban service area is the city-like component.
So when we talk about the rural service area, if I was to talk about Anzac, would that be a hamlet? Would that be a town? Or would that just be straight rural?
So through the chair, in our circumstances, it's part of the rural service area. There are definitions in the MGA that are very specific to what constitutes a hamlet and other forms of legal organization like a summer village. And I have to go through the list, but I don't know that we have those legal jurisdictional elements in our community. We've got specialized municipality with the rural and the urban areas.
Thank you. And the reason I'm getting to this is because in each rural area, there's different rules, obviously stated to the area structure plan and land use bylaw for each area, but each, and again, we might not use them as context, but each area has its own specific rules based on the population, whether it would be a hamlet, a summer town, like all of those types of things, does it not? Because we have different rules in Anzac as we would in Fort McKay, as we would in Sapper Creek, as we would in Draper.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, the rules differ depending on the zoning the hamlet has. So if you see hamlet residential zoning in Fort Chip, and if you see hamlet residential zoning in Anzac, both of them would be the same, would have the same rules.
Right. So you would consider those hamlets?
Through the chair, that's what we have been calling them.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Yes.
So we would consider them hamlets?
Yes.
So if those are hamlets and this is the urban service area, what would we consider Draper?
Through the chair, I do not have a clear definition of that. That perhaps is a question for Chris Davis again.
So, and that's kind of getting to where I wanted to get to, is that in the plan, what I don't see, and there does seem to be a bit of a defined outline of what Draper was and, you know, kind of the history, which is great. But when, I guess as residents come to myself and then we go to the city, the issue with Draper is that Draper's nothing. And it's, in that is just the issue that you just said, is that the fact that we don't define Draper as anything, and so we've never treated it as an actual community. Doesn't have a drainage plan. We've kind of made up rules for subdivision and stuff like that as we've gone along and put it together. We've gone through two major I'm on catastrophes, my brain's not working today. But we've gone through two major events, a flood and a fire in there that has entirely changed the landscape of that community more than probably any, if we're talking about like separate communities. Both have affected that area. Yet we said that there is obviously issues with the flood and slope stability, but we haven't addressed it as a municipality about how the municipality is going to help in that area to regrow it, to not regrow it. It says to keep the residential, preserve the existing residential character. But as a municipality getting behind it with a real plan of, hey, we're going to we're going to move this forward. It's still the only community that, we don't have gas out there. We still don't have rural water and sewer. We get it all the way out to Janvier and Conklin, but we can't get it to Draper. And so I guess in it, I think part of this needs to be, what is Draper? I still don't see a plan for it. And I think the residents of Draper, we've moved along. We've done great with the grant program. And I don't want to take away the great work that the administration has done for Draper, because they've done a lot of work, especially over the last 2 years, to move it forward. But it's not done. And I just don't see it here.
Through the chair, if I may respond to that question. Number one, we consider Draper as a rural area. It's a community for us, much like other communities. We consider Draper to be a community. Draper has its own area structure plan, which is being worked on. Draft of the area structure plan was created back in 2020, and we were ready to present it to council. It's available on municipal website right now. It has been since 2020. And then the floods happened. We just didn't want to present an ASP in front of council when the community was struggling with floods. And that's when it was sort of pulled back. Since then, we've seen changes in the sort of geotechnical conditions of the area. And we've been working on a new area structure plan, which will be brought forward to council shortly after this plan. If we get direction through this plan, we'll bring forward the Draper area structure plan. That's next in line that's happening. So for us, it's a community. A lot of other communities in the regions, much like Anzac or Fort Chip, were previously subdivided. And when a community is subdivided, a lot of servicing issues in the communities are sort of dealt with at the stage of subdivision. So provisions like roads, water, sanitary, sewer are all taken care of at the stage of subdivision. In Draper, what we see is you have large lots, and a lot of residents are trying to subdivide. At the stage of subdivision, every time there's a subdivision through Municipal Government Act, the provision of services kicks in. And much like any other community, like Parsons Creek, when it was not developed, the government of Alberta, as a developer, were required to put in services. Similarly, when Draper gets developed, if it gets developed to that point, any resident who is developing their lands would be required to provide servicing to their land. And so that provision just hasn't kicked in because the land is not at that stage yet. If you see a lot of development happening in Draper, you'll see all of those provisions, servicing getting kicked in. Much of that investment is done by the developer themselves and then transferred over to the municipality. So if you go take a look at any subdivision, the roads are constructed by the developer. In case of Eagle Ridge, Parsons Creek, Stone Creek, any of the developments you look at, the roads are subdivided, constructed, services are installed by the developer, and then transferred over to the municipality, and then municipality maintains them for the rest of their life. That has not happened in Draper yet. When that happens, you'll probably start seeing much of a similar approach, but given the geographic area, the fact that it has slope issues on one side, flooding issues on the other side, a heritage river right next to it with contamination, environmental issues, that development has not happened as it should have. Also, the community of Draper is very involved in whatever happens in that area, and they have a lot of say in it. And so we're very cognizant of what gets approved in the community. We, as planners, have to sort of balance out the expectations in terms of what the community wants. At the same time, we also have to ensure that we are doing things legally correct and in line with the provision of the law. So that exercise hasn't really taken off in Draper yet. If that happens, you'll start seeing similar development in Draper, much like other communities.
And so when you say development, are you talking about like you're waiting for a developer to come in to develop those? Because those homes have been there forever. So a developer is never going to come in and develop Draper. It's already individual homes. There's now a lot of restrictions around it. Water's moved kind of all over the place based on drainage that we put in, the lack of trees, all of those types of things. So if a developer never goes in to develop, who would develop that area? I look at things like Fort Mackay, Fort Chip, Anzac, Conklin, Janvier, all have infrastructure like community centers and our municipal infrastructure. Draper does not. Draper has asked for community halls and stuff, and it gets in the talks and gets backburnered and stuff like that. And so, again, I don't see, and it may be coming in the area structure plan, like you said, is coming forward. But again, it's a community that's forgotten about because we haven't had a plan.
To Chair, infrastructure decisions are made at the level of council. So every time council approves a budget, there is a capital budget in it, and projects are discussed at that level. So if council wants to approve something in Draper, I mean, there's always that option open to all the councilmen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weigel. Great questions. Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor, through the chair, to Amanda and the team there. I know for the addressing the housing needs for rural, I guess on objective 2.1, it says promote a range of housing choices and densities for Chippewa. Well, I live there, and I know that there hasn't been any development at all that's been happening there. So I just wanted to know how, clearly it states in the area structure plan of Fort Chippewa in 2.1, promote a range of housing choices and densities. I just want to know, with the addition that Fort Chippewa has been for the area structure plan for the region, there hasn't been any development at all.
To the Chair, development is a subject of developers. Municipality can create rules for promoting development. So from a municipal perspective, where typically one lot would have one house, municipality can exercise its discretion to allow 2 houses or 3 houses on the same property. That's the level municipality can go to, but municipality cannot go and construct houses. So if we get applications about, construction of 2 or 3 or 4 houses or something similar like that, we would bring forward a land use amendment in front of council, and council can grant a decision on it, based on which municipality, as administration, we can grant a decision on whether or not do we approve 1 or 2 or 4 houses on a single parcel of land. That's the limitation that we're working with, we cannot go out and construct houses for the community.
Thanks for the answer. I guess on the map, there's no indication of where there's a possibility of development from us, from municipal government in Fort Chipewyan. So how can that be a part of the municipal development plan of Fort Chip if we can't even have a place that we can give an option to develop?
Through the chair to Councillor Cotton, the MDP is at a very, very high level document, and it doesn't sort of go into the detail of zoning. Typically, information that you're seeking would form part of a zoning map, which is under the land use bylaw. This map here would only give you information about what lands are considered residential, if there is a community core of some sorts with some commercial lands. That's the level of information that you would typically see in the municipal development plan. An area structure plan would have a little bit more detailed information, followed by the zoning map or in the land use bylaw that will give you specific information about which lands can have what kind of uses. So once this gets approved, if there are any sort of trickle-down effect from the MDP in terms of changing the ASP and then the zoning bylaw, that will happen eventually.
Okay. I guess in one of the bylaws, we're only allowed to, may I recommend, since it's in the MDP, to promote a range of housing choices. May I suggest that the bylaw be changed because of the land mass of Fort Chipewyan for us to be able to build up instead of, because right now we're only at 2 stories in Fort Chipewyan. So I think that I would like to recommend to your team to be able to create a bylaw to where we'll be able to build higher. If that's okay.
Council, we're not there yet, but that would be a land use amendment. You could make that later.
Okay.
Motion for that.
Okay.
Have you any other questions, Councillor Cardinal?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Great questions. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Just kind of swinging back to the mayor's comment about climate change. When we were benchmarking that, was that like a comment with the engagement that came out of engagement for climate change and what we're doing as a city? Or is that something that was benchmarked against other cities within Alberta? And if so, outside of obviously Calgary or maybe even Edmonton, what other municipalities had that in their MDP?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, in our previous MDP, we had conversations of climate change. So this is something that we have sort of carried forward from the previous MDP. We have obviously built on it. We wanted to work and sort of create a scenario where we demonstrate that while we are a region that has a lot of natural resources and extraction goes on here, we also have a lot of forests that sort of contributes to positive climate change. That's how this specific chapter or that specific section is written, but other cities would have it. We ourselves had it in our 13-year-old plan, the previous MDP, so it's just to carry forward from that and from other cities as well.
So it was something that was in the previous one, so we just kind of kept the category and revamped the category, so it wasn't in the engagement. And you said there are, other Alberta municipalities that have it outside of the 2 major ones?
Through the chair, yes. Climate change is a conversation that's happening all across the planning profession. A lot of municipal government, municipal development plans would have this information, so much so that this topic was discussed as a keynote item in the Canadian Institute of Planners conference this year. There was a 2-hour session. They were talking about climate change, and it's a topic that's getting a lot of attention, and there's a lot of, I won't say push, but there's a lot of self-initiation to sort of get to a positive climate change. Every municipality is sort of making that effort, and so are we as well, even federal government.
Awesome. And I appreciate being, I guess, forward-thinking. My biggest worry is that when we're on a Canadian or a national scale when it comes to climate change, Alberta thinks very differently, and obviously with the government working not always with industry and hand in hand, we want to be careful that we're just not implementing something that's being said nationally to something that's very close to a partner right here.
So sure, yes, we understand that. We did do a detailed analysis of what we contribute to climate change. Canada in general contributes 0.4% to the world climate change. And so our contribution in terms of, overall what happens in the world is very limited. Every municipality is sort of doing their part to reduce that 0.4% global emissions, and so are we.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anything or any feedback about influx of immigrants and how we're going to manage this going forward? We've seen a lot of students for sure. Was this mentioned in in any of the engagements, or is this something that we would consider so that we don't become another revolving door of we bring students here, they stay here, and off they go, and so the impact is not going to be as much as, the result of the increase of international students at Keano College, if all we do is just give them the 2 years program and off they go. Any feedback about that?
Through Chair to Councillor Banjoko, there are two parts to it. The first one is bringing in students. From our understanding, Keano College had brought in about 1,400 students last year. From our conversations with them, we understand that they have an approval from the federal government to get, I think, up to 1,100 students for the next 3 years. At a municipal perspective, we have tried to sort of create, so there are two parts to it. Number one, the first one is how are we going to accommodate that student population?
Yes.
If we keep getting students here, 1,000 students every year, year after year, in the next 20 years, we're looking at 20,000 students, give or take. Do we have enough land for them to settle down if they choose to stay here? So we did our analysis, and through our analysis, we figured that we have enough land to be able to accommodate all those 20,000 students if they were, to stay here. In the long term, though, would students stay here is something that is contingent on what kind of studies are they pursuing. Are there enough opportunities for that particular profession? From a municipal perspective, all we can work on is sort of creating a community where people want to live, where people choose to live. And that's what the plan focuses on. It doesn't specifically, and it also sort of talks about creating entrepreneurship opportunities. It talks about retaining the population.
Retention
here.
is
Yes.
important, yeah.
But whether or not does someone choose to stay here is a matter of personal choice. But we have tried to sort of target that point as well in the MDP.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Cardinal, your question?
Thanks, Mayor. I wanted to talk about the big dock. I seen in the plan in Fort Chip that it was a part of the area structure plan in collaboration with the community and Transport Canada. I know that we had issues this summer, and it's ongoing with Fort Chip 1. I guess if we had issues as a municipality supporting anything to help ensure that the facility remains accessible to the community, why would it be in the area structure plan if we've somewhat resisted to be able to support and provide monetary value to be able to help with that dock?
Through the chair, an area structure plan is created for regulating development in the community. Typically doesn't go into details of what happens and how do we deal with provincial or federal government on certain assets. That's a different conversation outside of the municipal government or MDP or area structure plan.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the ways we have to develop this town economically, and one of the ways our dialogue is here, hire local, but who hires local? Even we as a mother of organization, municipality, we get it from the outside. And once we ask who are the people who have hired it, they say, you people cannot ask it. It is the prerogative of CEO and administration to see it.
Councillor Dogar,
who comes from outside.
Councillor Dogar, your question related to the area structure, the municipal development plan?
No, it's a development, okay. And I have, as a trucker, went to many places, and they have said we have contracts, and the Edmonton truckers will do it.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Dogar. Do you have any questions related to the municipal development plan? Councilor McGrath?
Just, I guess, through the chair, Sash, the 360 line, the carbon line, will they'll make good. There's about 6 big companies that'll make good zero emissions by 2050. So in your footprint to deal with the, I guess there would be, emissions in our community. We've had 5 big stakeholders step up and say, by 2050, there'll be zero emissions. So as a municipality, do we have a target that we need to get to? Like, busing or public works?
Through the chair, if I missed the first part of your question, but I understand, I think what you're trying to ask is, do we as a municipality have a plan for reducing emissions?
Yeah, like are we subject to like a reduction of, like a limitation?
Through the chair to Councilor McGrath, we as a municipality, I mean, everything that we do, even the lights, add to greenhouse effects. And in the plan, we talk about promoting mostly renewable sources. We also talk about other kinds of projects that do not necessarily contribute to carbon emissions. So if there are projects that are brought on for the municipality's approval, we will look at them and we would support them. This is the kind of policy that we have in the MDP. We ourselves we don't generate energy. We are consumers of the energy. For us as an organization, the plan could look very different than what we're trying to implement. What we do adopt is perhaps would be an internal policy of the municipality as to how do we deal with lowering emissions from the municipality, like from the organization, versus how do we promote more renewable sources of energy would be a very different conversation. And that's what's contemplated in the MDP. The direction that we want to go in terms of clean energy, more renewable sources, is what's added to the MDP. It doesn't really specifically talk about RMWB adopting a policy. It might. I just don't have, that's not the subject of the plan.
Right. So in our MDA, so in our plan, the carbon capture at the city landfill, like the first cells, would that be still intact, or is that just kind of?
Through the chair, I don't have technical information on that.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Morath. Good points. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. Let me explain. Once we are planning this thing, we should also plan the legislation, how we can do it. Trust me, I as a trucker know that 200 truckers come from Edmonton. They work here, take the check and go away. And if that money I've yesterday calculated, it goes to millions, only for trucking. And such thing could be in many things. Just small point, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Do we have any other questions in regard to the municipal development plan? Councilor Cardinal?
No, just in reviewing all the documents and looking at everything, I just want to say great job, everybody, because it was a lot of work put into it and a lot of engagement, and great job. It was good. So I just want to say that to administration. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Appreciate it. Now moving on to written submissions. Do we have any besides the 2 I have? No. So we just have 2 written submissions, one in favor by Dave Duvall Dave. In general, he's just feels that the plan has captured social needs of residents and amenities for the people. It promotes celebrating culture, respecting Indigenous heritage, and safety and inclusion for all. So thank you for that. And we have one in opposed, and from Kim Jean and Jean Family Business Ltd. in opposition. And again, theirs is in parts of the municipal development plan that contradict land use bylaws. And their worry is that it will influence land use bylaws and change them that aren't in favor of the neighborhoods that they're in. And now we have registered verbal submissions. Number 1, we have Bryce Kumka. And thank you, everyone. Gotta go, Tim. Okay. And Bryce, as usual, you have 5 minutes to present. Please remain seated for questions and introduce yourself for the record, please.
There we go. I just want to introduce myself. I'm Bryce Kumka. I'm the current chair of the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee. Speaking here this evening in favor of the Municipal Development Plan. Our committee, as one of its purposes, is to interact with planning and development on the development of these types of documents. And our group, as well as many others, as was outlined in the development plan, were consulted on several occasions and asked for feedback. One of the things that was brought up by one of the members of council this evening was the consultation process, and that was a fairly significant discussion item for our committee. David Secord was one of the founding members of the committee. He's now left to do some other pursuits. Was very concerned about the number of responses, as you have addressed tonight. And we spent an entire session with the communications group talking about what meaningful consultation looked like. And we provided a fair bit of feedback to them about, ideas on how they could more meaningfully engage the business community as well as general citizenry within the region. I think those were integrated into later versions of the consultation process. I think one of the key elements that for me in this process was there was a lot of interaction. There was a lot of discussions, and not only was it asking for information, but as we saw the draft versions of the plan evolve over several years, we were seeing the ideas that we were providing feedback coming into play, which was really quite good. So it was an evolutionary document from the get-go. One of the, for me personally, I was engaged in the last round for the last MDP in 2011 when I was with the Chamber of Commerce. And after that plan came into play, the Chamber was very concerned about the large population numbers outlined in that plan, and we're very vocal and continuously vocal about getting a new MDP in place to right size those population numbers, because I think they create a lot of confusion for people from outside the region. They come here, the MDP says 230,000, but there's 80,000 people. So I think with this one, we've got good baseline data on population and reasonable and meaningful growth expectations. But I think one of the most important things for me, living in the region, is that now this plan can demonstrate to an outside investor that we have development-ready land for the population growth for at least the next 20 years. I think that's a very important and foundational document to have in our quiver when we're then going out to seek investment from outside the region. So this is a more useful document. Our committee supports the document. And what's, I guess, one of the key points as well that the committee provided feedback to the planning and development folks was that notion of keeping the development, municipal development plan relevant by continually updating and engaging the community so that going forward it doesn't become a stagnated document that's like in the current condition, it's 13 years old. So it is a big document. There's a lot of detail in it. But if we can continue to encourage and support planning and development to have it become an evolutionary document, then it can become useful for a very long period of time. So that kind of summarizes the process from our committee's perspective, and we're very happy to see the outcomes that have come to bear from all of the hard work of the administrative folks that were involved and all the people that participated in the consultation process.
All right, thanks, Bryce. Thanks for your input, and thanks for all the work you do in all the committees and the longevity you've had through it. Thank you. Councillor Grandison?
Yeah, I've just got to reiterate, I don't have a question. I just have an appreciation. We talked about admin and the efforts that they put forward. That also includes all the community members, businesses, and everybody else that participated. So thank you very much for your efforts. I do appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through the chair to Bryce. Appreciate your presentation, Bryce. And I guess, like I said earlier to the presenters, I appreciate the effort that the RM, I think that's certainly a thing we do very well here, try to engage the community and businesses. I guess my whole point was the numbers. I don't know where you're at with them, and maybe it's because we're a younger community that 1,400, I think it was 1,400, very last one or something. Maybe that's the number we expect going forward. But to me, we've got this many people, all the hard effort that, is it worth continuing to engage people if the return is so, in my opinion, low? But I guess, I mean, you worked on it. What was your take on the numbers?
Through the chair to Councillor Boucher, to describe David Secord's his take on it was he was confounded at how low the numbers were. It was a really big sticking point for him that there was seemingly a significant amount of effort, but very little outcome. And perhaps it's, the way that we do the engagement needs to change. People here, younger people use technology and instant gratification, and they want to be able to do kind of like quick and easy kind of survey data, and the granularity of the MDP process, because it's such a long-term document, you can kind of get lost in the weeds on the question design, or just being too many questions. People lose interest, they get busy, so perhaps there's ways to do kind of bite-sized consultation, maybe is something that could be looked at.
Right, okay, thank you.
Amanda?
I just wanted to add a point of clarity. There was over 3,400 participants throughout the process, and within there was also 204,000 impressions online, so interactions online, individual interactions, not necessarily people, but there were a bit more than the 1,400. In one of the sessions combined. It was in one of the phases, yeah. But in total, it was 3,400. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. Councillor Cardinal, a question?
Thanks, Mayor. Through the chair to Bryce. Thanks for the presentation. What do you think of that number?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, it'd always be nicer to get more feedback. Our community is kind of made up of a small group of highly engaged members and a bunch of people that, for lack of a better term, don't really give a shit. So it's it is what it is. It'd be nice to see more, but how you do that, I'm not an expert in consultation, so I can't really comment on that. It'd be nice to know more people's opinion.
Thanks. How important do you think it is to be able to additionally be able to provide feedback from the public as an ongoing process for the MDP?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, it's always important to get feedback on anything that the municipality is doing. It to get to a certain level. I mean, if you want to, you don't want to get to the point where you're governing or administering by way of opinion poll, because that would kind of become very cumbersome, because then you're kind of relying on the feedback all the time, where sometimes you just need to take principled stances on things and do what we think is right given the information that we have today. And that's where the document being revised, reviewed, and revisited is so important, because this community can change very rapidly depending on what happens in the rest of the world. So I think, if we can stay and commit to ongoing updates and of all evolution of the plan, then I think we can have it become very relevant and useful.
Do you feel at some point that there should be a barrier to where you don't make any additions and you just move forward with the plan?
Through the chair to Council Cardinal, I mean, there's got to be a time limit. That's the MGA restriction at the 20-year plan. It has to be renewed. But there's a schedule that's built into the plan. And this one, I think that's workable in that kind of 3 to 5 years, depending on what's going on, kind of thing. But as long as we stick to that, because we had those discussions in 2011, and unfortunately, we got busy doing a lot of other things. There were some pretty calamitous events in the middle that kind of sidetracked focus, and that's justified. But it's important to, aside from something unfortunate happening again, which I hope it doesn't, but to have that kind of commitment to ongoing development, I think is important. But abiding by the overarching regulation in the Municipal Governance Act. I mean, that's where the rules come from.
Thanks for the answers, man. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Banjogo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Comca. I really don't have any question. Thank you, and would appreciate more participation. And like you said, it seems that those who are fully involved are fully engaged with what's going on. So if someone is watching, they can get involved as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bioko, and thanks, Bryce. You're good.
We're good?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mila Byron? And Mila, if you just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. If you just remain seated for questions, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mila Byron. The current draft of the Municipal Development Plan disturbingly aligns with the federal Liberal government's agenda called the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. These are not my words, but those of the federal Liberal government, openly published on the Government of Canada website and openly discussed by the Prime Minister. The agenda has 17 goals, and Goal 11 sets out the specific targets for municipalities in Canada. In order to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, municipalities become the architects that drive this change. This is because the federal Liberal government is unable alone to achieve these, as it has no jurisdiction over municipalities. Edmonton, by way of example, has adopted these initiatives. So this municipal development plan is not simply a development plan. It is political. It openly adopts the same federal Liberal government strategic goals and language as its guiding principles, language not found in the Municipal Government Act. Some areas are not even within municipal jurisdiction, such as responsible natural resource development. A municipality is a corporation under Section 4 of the Municipal Government Act, governed and answerable to the province. Municipalities are not governed by the federal government. Has the province been consulted and actively involved in the creation of this development plan? I ask this because it seems that it would be wise for the municipality to consult with the province, given that this development plan veers into provincial jurisdiction. The government of Alberta is not following the federal Liberal government. In fact, it has distanced itself from the federal Liberal influence. Under the Constitution Act, the province has sole jurisdiction over certain matters and has asserted this jurisdictional authority through the Alberta Sovereignty Within a United Canada Act. The Alberta government recently enacted the Provincial Priorities Act, which limits federal government influence into provincial affairs by requiring provincial approval for any intergovernmental agreements made between municipalities and the federal government. The purpose of this approval process is to ensure that Alberta municipalities are supporting provincial priorities and investments, as stated in the Act's preamble. In Bill 20, the Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act, if passed, would require municipal politicians to declare their political affiliation or otherwise run as independents. In conclusion, this development plan cannot be read outside of its political context. Has Council looked objectively at this development plan and considered whether this plan accords with the priorities, values, and industry of this community and this province, or rather, whether it accords better with the goals of the federal Liberal government? Before approving this development plan, I ask also, is this something that you as Council are proud of? Is this something that you would proudly run on in the next election? Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mila. Question, what part of the municipal development plan do you think mirrors a liberal agenda?
It's quite a lot. So if you look at it,
We're a huge municipality. We're 5,000 square kilometers bigger than the province of Nova Scotia. So our municipal development plan is going to be a lot different than other municipalities just due to our size, including 6 First Nations, 6 Métis communities. So we're going to look a lot different than other municipalities. But which part aligns it with the liberal agenda? That's my biggest question.
right. So to answer that question, we would have to discuss Goal 11. And so I think what I would do is urge council to take a little bit extra time to study the current iteration of this municipal development plan. Take a look. It's openly discussed, so this is not something you have to look very hard to do any research. Take a look at the Government of Canada. They have a great little website that talks about 2030 agenda for sustainable development. They even have little graphics that tells you little pop-up pictures that tells you there's 17 goals, and you can click, and number 11 is sustainable municipalities. You open that document, look at some of those words, look at some of the strategic goals that are identified there, and then look at the 232-page a municipal development plan that's in front of you, and do a quick little find to look at the find search button, and you'll see many areas that really echo the federal liberal agenda. And that's the concern here, that this is not a plan that is Alberta made. And so I would just ask council before adopting this plan. I mean, there is a plan, 2011. It's good for 20 years, so it's good till 2031. 2011, there was an economic downturn. The housing bubble had crashed. So the plan, current iteration of the 2011 plan does address economic changes, does address climate change. But you'll notice right at the beginning of the 2011 plan, it says it's completely in line with the Municipal Government Act. There's nothing in this plan that says the same thing. In my opinion, it veers away from the strategic goals for this province and enters into those goals of the federal Liberal government.
Thanks, Mila. And Bill 20, that amendment is only for the larger cities that they made that amendment for. It's not for municipalities.
Thank you.
And thanks for your presentation. Councillor Dogar, question?
Yes, sir, question. Thank you very much. Mela, welcome. Ex-councillor, you must be seeing a lot of change in the Assembly Hall. You both are lawyers. You can advise us that can be a legislation that those passing from outside truckers, we make a legislation, they pay a toll tax this much. Some amount.
Dogar,
that is number one. And the second part of the is it, can we have a legislation to hire the locals only?
Councillor Dogar, do you have a question related to her presentation?
No, presentation is, it is all development of the region.
Or just her presentation?
Indirectly, you know.
Yeah, it's a question related to her presentation.
Okay.
And while I thank you very much for seeking my opinion, I'm not qualified to give any advice to any council or mayor at this time in regard to anything of that sort.
You can write an essay in the Fort McMurray today.
Thanks, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mila, for your presentation. I was just, I want some specific examples of what and how you got to your conclusion. Is there something you can share specifically, 1, 2 things?
So in preparing for today, I have to tell you, I went through like 5 or 6 different iterations of my presentation, and I tried really hard to get under the 5-minute mark. I do not have the examples with me, and there are many. Again, what I would encourage you to do, it's not a secret. It's not, it's openly published, it's openly discussed. You just do a Google search, 2030 Agenda Canada, Government Canada, and then it'll tell you all about it. And then it'll give you a nice little graphic with 17 goals. And just go to the municipal, the one where it says sustainable cities and communities, that's municipalities. Go there, read it, and then read the municipal development plan that you received a copy of and compare. You'll be able to see.
So you don't have
Oh, I don't
an
have those
example,
with me.
one?
No, I don't have any of those with
thank
me.
you.
But again, my desire, my purpose in coming here is to ask you to perhaps pause at this stage, review this document again, review the 2011 document, because I've reviewed it. It doesn't seem that out of touch. And it's certainly in line with what the province had wanted.
Yeah.
It's aligned with the Municipal Government Act. And then see, if you decide as council that you do need to change the current municipal government plan, development plan, sorry, or maybe you don't. Maybe you just need to tweak some of you already have a plan. Maybe you just need to tweak it a little bit more instead of completely discarding it and adopting a new one. But I think I'm asking that a little bit more work be done.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bajoko. Do we have any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Mila. Tammy? Next, we have Tammy Cooley. And Tammy, just to state your name for the record, 5 minutes to present. If you could remain seated for questions, please.
My name's Tammy Cooley, and I'm here on behalf of Jean Family Businesses to express our significant concerns regarding the draft municipal development plan, particularly as it affects Draper and the economic health of the region. This document imposes significant barriers to development. It will not only obstruct our development for community gathering space, but also signal a broader message that the RMWB is discouraging investment and our region is closed for business. RMWB Planning and Development have stated that they've done consultations and that many in Draper want the area to maintain its residential character. However, it was apparent during our recent engagement sessions and door-knocking campaign in June 2024 that many Draper residents didn't understand that maintaining residential character would mean removing discretionary uses such as kids' camps, RV parks, resorts, and any business ventures. We spoke with many Draper residents who supported our venture for a community outdoor space and event center. This MDP would make it extremely difficult, if not impossible, to bring anything of sort to fruition. Planning and Development have stated that the MDP is merely a high-level document which doesn't affect land use bylaws, but they have also stated that the MDP will inform the ASP and LUB, and they must be consistent with each other. Therefore, if approved, this MDP, as is, will create a major barrier to all development in Draper, including community building ventures such as kids' camps and outdoor uses. The following are specific changes that we are requesting. The map on page 176 shows areas in Draper as established residential. This is misleading. Draper residents spoke against the change to residential during the April 27, 2021 land use bylaw hearing. Draper has always been a rural community with agricultural, recreational, and small business uses. The previous map was labeled Established Neighborhood and New Neighborhood. The map lacks clear property lines or criteria for designations and misclassifies parts of our property as parks and conservation areas. We request that the map be properly classified and that established residential be replaced with established development and residential character be replaced with rural character. Section 5.4.1c states that future development should not be permitted except when protected by appropriate structural flood mitigation measures or municipally approved statutory plans, bylaws, and flood regulations. And Section 5.4.1a speaks to ensuring that development is no longer permitted in any high-risk areas. These sections should be revised to allow future development within high flood risk areas, provided developers enter into a save harmless agreement with the municipality. This requirement for structural flood mitigation or statutory plan approvals before permitting creates unnecessary barriers to property owners who purchased under previous statutory plans with intentions to develop. There will be significant negative financial impacts on landowners from this proposed MDP. We urge you to focus on balanced risk management that allows for feasible development under safe conditions. There are responsible developments such as recreational, agricultural, and commercial, which can and do exist on floodplains all over Alberta without putting the well-being or safety of residents at risk. Section 5.1.1b is ambiguous and unclear and discourages future developers from enhancing our community. Current vague language should be replaced with the municipality will establish a clear framework within the land use bylaws to identify the required studies. Clear guidelines are essential to avoid inconsistencies and delays in the planning process and to stimulate investment. Section 6.3.2b states, country-style developments may be allowed subject to technical studies and approval for development by the municipality in areas that are considered safe from flood, wildfire, slope instability, and slumping risks. This restrictive language is not used in any other area of the MDP, and there is no mention of establishing a framework to determine which studies are required or where. These studies create red tape, discourages investment, and limits development, as technical studies come at a high cost and high degree of uncertainty. The current draft MDP obstructs development of any sort in Draper and discourages investment in the region overall. It undermines the attractiveness of the RMWB as a region for growth, advancement, and tourism. We are seeking your support in addressing the above sections of the draft MDP to encourage, rather than discourage, responsible development and economic growth in Fort McMurray. The community of Draper is a beautiful area with great opportunity. We should be utilizing this land to attract more residents and visitors to our region. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tammy. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, but I did read it all. Thanks, Tammy. Connie Shields. I didn't see you there, Connie. Connie, you just see your name for the record. You have 5 minutes to present. If you could remain seated for questions, please. Yeah. Yeah, just hit the speaker button for you, Connie. Just pull the mic down to you. There you go. Whenever you're ready.
So I'm here to raise concerns regarding the language found in the 2018 guidebook for preparing a municipal development plan and how that language may influence the development of our own MDP. Specifically, I'd like to highlight potential risks associated with the vague and broad terms like public good, public health, and how these could lead to unintentional consequences for landowners. Additionally, I want to draw your attention to the connection between this guidebook and the broader legislative trends such as Bill C-293. And I urge Council to pause and reassess before moving forward. In the 2018 Alberta Guidebook, one phrase in particular stands out. Respecting the landowner's right to the use and enjoyment of their land and restricting those rights only to the extent necessary for the greater public good and public health. On the surface, this language sounds reasonable. However, if we look deeper, we see that phrases like greater public good and public health are quite broad and open to interpretation. Without clear defined limits, these terms could potentially justify significant restrictions on private property rights. This is where the risk comes in. What exactly defines the greater public good? How do we determine what is necessary for public health? When language is this vague, it can be interpreted in many ways, often leading to government overreach. This could lead to landowners losing control over their property with limited recourse and understanding of why their rights are being restricted. History gives us many examples of how similar language has been justified to justify state overreach. In totalitarian regimes, terms like the public good and public health have been used to centralize power and restrict individual rights. I'm not suggesting that that's what's happening here, but the lesson from history is clear. Vague language can be dangerous. Even with the best intentions, when broad terms are used to justify restrictions, it opens the door for overreach. The vague language from the Alberta 2018 guidebook is likely influencing how our municipal development plan is being shaped. Before Council approves the MDP, it's crucial that you understand how these terms might allow for undue restrictions on landowner rights, including your own. What we are seeing is a framework that could allow local government to step in and limit land use in ways that over time might unfairly burden property owners. If we don't address this now, there's a risk that the MDP could lead to unintended consequences where landowners are subject to restrictions under loosely defined terms. This could impact their ability to use, enjoy, or develop their land as they see fit. There's another element at play here. Bill C-293, which deals with pandemic preparedness and health security. The language in Bill C-293 aligns closely with the broad public health justifications we see in the Alberta Guidebook. This bill at the federal level grants the government significant powers to control resources and restrict freedoms in times of public health emergencies. Why does that matter to the MDP? Because if the MDP uses similar language, it could open the door for restrictions to be placed on private land during perceived public health crises or other emergencies. This is a very real concern, and we consider how interconnected municipal, provincial, and federal policies can be. Bill C-293 claims to be about safeguarding Canadians from future pandemics. The bill's vague language allows for sweeping powers to be placed in the hands of the government under the guise of pandemic preparedness. The bill grants the government the authority to regulate any imaginable risk, which means our rights can be trampled on at the whim of bureaucrats. 293, the Pandemic Prevention and Preparedness Act, grants public health the power to govern Canadians under the guise of pandemic prevention. The Act engages all levels of government and Indigenous communities. It grants unlimited power to change land use, food you can eat, and even create a government-controlled economy to reduce any risk of pandemic. No term within this bill, no term is defined within this bill, which is handing dangerously overbroad powers to public health. The language found in the Alberta 2018 guidebook echoes in broader initiatives like Agenda 2030, and it raises critical questions about sovereignty. Are we as a municipality shaping our policies based on unique needs of our local community, or are we aligning too closely with international frameworks that may not fully consider our local context? Well, some may believe global initiatives like Sustainable Development Goals have noble intentions. It's essential to ensure that our policies remain locally driven, protecting the rights of our residents and preserving municipal authority from undue external interference. We must ensure that the implementation at the local level does not compromise fundamental rights, such as property ownership and local governance. Overzealous application of these goals, especially in conjunction with vague language and policies like Alberta's guidebook for preparing a municipal development plan, and Bill C-293 could lead to unintended consequences where land use decisions meant to further sustainable development instead infringe on the rights of landowners and limit our local autonomy. So I request that we stop and reconsider. Given these concerns, I'm asking City Council to take a step back and carefully review the MDP. I believe it's critical that we look at the influence of the Alberta 2018 guidebook and make sure that its vague terms are not directly adopted into our local policies. Ensure that the language in the MDP is specific, balanced, and clear, particularly when it comes to defining public good and public health. Engage in open dialogue with residents to ensure that they fully understand how the MDP might affect their rights as landowners, and this falls under informed consent. So before moving forward, we need to make sure that we're not inadvertently creating a situation where landowners lose their rights due to broad, undefined terms that can be applied too liberally. So in conclusion, I urge you to pause on moving forward with this MDP until there's a deeper understanding of how these concepts will affect landowners and the community. Let's take the time to get it right to ensure that we're protecting both the public good and the individual rights of our residents. And
Thanks, Connie. Thanks, Connie. Always appreciate our conversations. Have any questions for the presenter, Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thanks, Connie. Thanks for your very thoughtful presentation. I was just wondering if there were areas of the plan specific that brought those concerns other than just the general concern of government overreach, or is there something specific in the document that brought you concern?
Several areas in it. When you talk about the Truth and Reconciliation, all of that is coming from the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. You've got an unelected foreign body putting into our municipality programs. That's one aspect of it. There's several through the whole thing. All of the, pretty much everyone, and like she had said with the Sustainable Development Goals, they're all reached in there.
Yeah. And are they, or is it a guiding document? I'm just asking a question because I can pick any government document from municipal to provincial to federal to everything, and none of them get it 100% right, ever. And I'm just wondering, like, I know that there's room to always go off track, but I'm trying really hard to listen to specifics that have gone off track as opposed to, I hope we don't go off track.
Well, I would encourage everybody here to look at Bill C-293. Because when you read the language in that, and this is a federal bill, but it takes away, if it's passed, it's gone through 3 readings of the House and 1 reading of the Senate. If it passes, municipal governments won't have a say in anything.
Well, and unfortunately, regardless of what language you put here, that's still true, and that's why we elect government. So maybe there'll be a change of government. I don't know what that looks like, but that's always true, isn't it, Connie?
The problem comes in at, and you would have to ask the people who wrote the MDP, but this is the guidebook for preparing it. And the language that the one paragraph that I read straight out of this should be a concern to anybody who owns land in this municipality, in this province. Because it says they will only restrict your rights only to the extent necessary for the greater public good and public health. No definition. We saw what happened during the pandemic. And if Bill 293 goes through, they can use absolutely any excuse. Risk is not defined. Pandemic is not defined.
And I understand that.
So
I'm just not so sure that the
the entire climate change,
can control that.
Well, yeah, we don't approve this.
Well, even if we don't approve it, if the federal government plan goes through, it's still imposed upon us whether we approve this or not. Is that not what I just heard?
So I would encourage everybody not to stop at the local level, go after your provincial government and your federal at the same time.
That's fair, Connie. That's fair. I was just saying the influence of this document just didn't seem to.
So the problem with the
Okay, we're
climate
just going
change
kind
part
of
of this
off
document.
topic of the MDP here, but
Well, the climate
probably-
change topic of the MDP is straight from the United Nations. And again, we're allowing an unelected foreign entity to dictate what we do locally. Every municipality in Canada received a prompt from the United Nations on how to put the Sustainable Development Goals into your plan.
perfect. Thanks, Connie.
And that's what we're doing.
Do you have any other questions, Councillor Grandison?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dogar, your question?
Thank you, Madam Connie. Welcome here. I read sometime your on social media. Every time you bring UNO into it, and today also you have quoted UNO. How UNO comes to our MDU?
How is the UN coming to our MD?
Yeah, how does it influence MDU?
Well, the Municipal Development Plan is riddled with programs from the United Nations. The UNDRIP to do with the Truth and Reconciliation, it's all coming from Sustainable Development Goals. the climate change aspects of the MDP is coming from Sustainable Development Goals. It's all coming from United Nations Agenda 2030.
Via province and federal, you mean? This is
Every
coming
level.
to us directly?
They're
to mayor
implementing
or-
it through municipal, but it's at all levels. But it's being implemented through this level.
Okay, fine.
Thanks, Councilor Dogar. Do you have any questions? Are there questions for a presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Connie. And next we have Diana D'Souza. And Diana, if anybody doesn't know your name, but if you could give your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. If you could remain seated after for questions, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Diana D'Souza, and I'm the Executive Director of the Fort McMurray Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of our chamber and over 640 businesses we represent, I'd like to begin by thanking you for the opportunity to speak on the Municipal Development Plan during this important public hearing. Tonight, I'll be speaking in support of the plan. Now, the Chamber has been consistently involved in providing feedback through the development of this plan prior to me and since I've been in this role. We've had a vested interest in ensuring that it serves as a comprehensive vision for the sustainable growth of both our community and its businesses. 3 years ago, and Such will probably remember this, when I had my first encounter with the plan, the term business and economy wasn't even written in the plan. They were notably absent. A year later, while those terms were mentioned, we didn't have the level of data, we didn't have the level of inputs to support the path and the vision for economic development. I will say we provided that feedback, and this just supports the elements of consultation. We provided the feedback, and the team, it was Amanda, it was Brad McMurdo at that point in time, and now director, then manager, hiatus, but now the director. They took the feedback, they welcomed the feedback. We gave comprehensive feedback, I think pages of it. And the document that is there today is actually quite a strong document supporting a thriving economy. So what I will say is that I would like to outline some of the reasons why we support it. Economic diversification and business growth. The plan has made commendable strides in recognizing the importance of business and economic development as core pillars of Wood Buffalo's future. The Chamber strongly supports the emphasis on economic diversification as a strategic priority, particularly in sectors beyond oil and gas. I've heard questions about how do we keep students and how do we retain in the community jobs, creating new jobs and creating more jobs. That's why people come, that's why people will stay. Infrastructure development to support growth. The inclusion of clear strategies on infrastructure, particularly transportation, utilities, and broadband connectivity, is another reason we stand behind this plan. Access to modern and robust infrastructure is critical for businesses to grow and thrive, especially for new industries looking to enter our market. This alignment with the needs of a stable population and economy will support business expansion and the creation of new enterprises. We also agree, and I know there were comments about that we do have land growth for the next 20 years, but the plan does also identify that there is a gap in affordable, shovel-ready industrial land in the rural areas. And if we're looking at industrial economic diversification, that is a significant gap for our community, because people want to come if somebody's coming to bring manufacturing or that type of diversification that brings you high-paying jobs. You need that affordable shovel-ready land, and that is a huge gap for us in terms of readiness. Support of local business, including startups. The MDP emphasizes the importance of supporting local businesses, startups, and small businesses through initiatives such as incubators, shared administration facilities, and financial incentives. This is a crucial step for our community, especially as our membership continues to express the need for more affordable commercial rent options. Recently completed our annual member engagement, getting feedback, and we got feedback of over 2 surveys, over 400 members. And the one point of advocacy they keep saying to us, that's something that we can't do anything about, which is rents, but a true business incubator is something that would bring that benefit and would support, but incentives also to encourage and bring about that more affordable rents would support that. And the MDB includes that. Now, the Chamber fully supports these initiatives because we see them as directly addressing the challenges that many local businesses face, particularly with high commercial rents. Commercial and industrial zoning flexibility. The plan's flexibility in land use, including mixed-use developments and new commercial opportunities, provides the kind of agility businesses need to adapt to market demands. This is especially relevant for the emerging industries and tech-driven companies the region seeks to address. Expanding commercial and light industrial zones closer to urban centers is a positive move for businesses in logistics, manufacturing, and other sectors. Financial incentives and small business support. Another key highlight of the plan is a focus on providing financial incentives and support for small businesses, whether through grants, loans, or other support mechanisms. These incentives will help startups and small businesses remain competitive, especially in a challenging economic climate. Small businesses are the backbone of the quality of life in our region. We live at the end of a highway. Somebody would like to have these options. They're important. They're job creators, they're revenue generators for the city, but they also create that quality of life for attracting people to our community. We are encouraged that the NDP takes time to ensure they have resources and support that they need to thrive. So in conclusion, the Chamber supports the MDP as it lays a strong foundation for the business sector and for the economy. The emphasis on economic diversification, infrastructure improvements, flexible zoning, local business support, incubator programs, financial incentives, and sustainability, all positive elements that reflect the feedback that we have provided. Once again, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak, and we remain committed to working alongside the municipality as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Quick question before I move on to my colleagues. What would you recommend for increasing shovel-ready land in the rural community for businesses?
Well, it becomes a provincial engagement. So I think the first thing, the MDP addresses it. So we, in our advocacy over time, in engaging the provincial government, we've always been told you need to start by having the MDP and ensuring the LUB reflects your needs. So it's important that it comes down. They won't have a conversation about additional land unless you show this is where you want to grow, this is where your needs are. We do need that availability. Now, there is a big portion of land that's available, but it's not shovel ready, right? And it got stood down because of the high cost at that point in time. So we can't pretend that we have it. So realistically, we have to go back to the province. We need to take this plan, cascade it down, and go back and get shovel-ready land, basically, through that level of collaboration that Councillor Bussiere talked about. Of pushing forward, yeah.
Just not another mass land agreement?
No.
No. Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Dogar, you have a question?
Thank you very much, Madam. Welcome here and very nice presentation, and appreciate your performance on the chambers. I read your post. One question mine is, during your time, with your efforts, have you developed some economic development, certain specific project?
So I'm the Chamber, which is an advocacy organization.
Any business that you know with your motivation and your patronage they have developed.
So Councillor Doga, we are not funded to kind of be able to provide what you're asking for. That may be more along what economic development that organization does. We're advocacy, so we will support, provide inputs to make sure the infrastructure is there. We will advocate for legislation. We will interact with the municipality where the needs exist, but we are not funded to actually, implement or create those projects. Yeah?
Okay, fine, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dogar. Do you have any questions for the presenter? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Dan. You made mention of economic diversification. I think that's really key to our future in this region. Do you see high hopes in anything happening?
Well, I think there is a little bit more of a concerted effort. There's more interest. I think through the pro-business, we recommended an incentive program, which is getting great uptake. We have another project we've recommended, which is, Cujo is working on it, which is data. So there are elements that drive interest that says you're open for business. And I think some things are starting to line up now. It's not something that happens quickly, but I think we're doing some of the more correct things now.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Joko. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Diane. You mentioned rents. Do you have any suggestions on how the municipality gets into the private sector and starts telling, like a gentleman like Bryce, he's got a rent for this, or?
So honestly, my solution is a proper incubator. So we provide an environment, and not a tech incubator, but a proper incubator that allows businesses that are starting up to start at that lower rent. And we wean them to where they need to be, a reasonable commercial rent. It is something that other cities do it. You see it in Edmonton. You have commercial kitchens, you have retail elements. I've had conversations with both the CAO and the mayor and others on this. I think that's the path. It's creating the option to allow for that to thrive, because business thriving is job creation. I mean, if landowners aren't there, we sometimes need to do it. There's funding also available for incubators. Like I said, there are most cities that do them. There are art incubators, they're actually business incubators. So that would be my answer, because there is really nothing you can do to force a landowner to reduce their rents.
The one thing that has been mentioned to me a number of times is putting a vacancy tax on some of the empty buildings that are not being rented out for various reasons. One maybe because the landlord's asking too much or whatever, right? But I was just wondering, outside of the incubator, if there's any other ideas or suggestions you had.
So from a very free market perspective, incentives are always the better way to go. I would always say that's always the better approach than punitive, would be where I would probably head more towards than, but vacancy tax is something that it's something that can be explored. It's not ideal because it doesn't encourage, it doesn't say you're open for business, it doesn't say you're easy for business, right? It kind of conflicts, but sometimes when you're stuck,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Do you have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, Diana, so thank you. Do we have any of us from the gallery that wishes to present before we move on? We have lots. Mr. Drochet? So Mike, if you just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and if you remain on topic, and just remain seated for questions, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I wasn't going to speak on this tonight, but reading it and hearing the presentation, I figured I must. I do want to identify that I am speaking tonight as a member of the public and not from my committee. The concerns I have, for the most part, I really like this document. It was well thought out, but there are some concerns, and I think you've heard some of those concerns tonight. One of the largest concerns I have is that the consultation took place during COVID and at the end of COVID. So all 3 of those consultations took place at a time when the public basically felt the sky was falling. All of our views, every business person and most of the public, didn't know what was going to happen to our municipality. Our views were very, very different than what they are now. So when I look at this, I look at how economic cycles and that go through historically, and they repeat. There are studies done on this, and it has a wave. We had this back in the 80s, and we've had this here since 2012. Well, we've been at this now for 12 years in this low cycle, which is fairly long. We have huge contributing factors right now that have kept us down, mostly the federal government. However, we're on the cusp of regrowth, or at least that's what it's looking like over the next 5 years. Signs pointing to a change in the federal government, potential growth in employment opportunities means we should be prepared for those changes. I don't see that in this plan. I see us being very conservative as far as moving forward, and a lot of that has to do with the feelings most of us had during COVID. If we look at reports that are currently running around Alberta right now, there are reports of employment hiring in Edmonton and Calgary of huge waves happening right now that will eventually transfer up here and hopefully next year, but who knows. As mentioned by Councillor Bussiers, we will need to attract people on our cooler and winter months. I'm not sure if this is adequately dealt with in this document. I have seen a couple of times the presentations. I haven't seen any of those changes addressed in the document. You know, we can't change the fact that people leave this town during the summer. We know that they have sports, families. We have a thing called shutdown, and we just don't have the bodies here during the summer. We have to make this city attractive in the cooler and winter months. In closing, the majority of this plan is well done. I'm simply drawing attention to several areas that may date this information for a plan of this size. My fear is that this plan forces us to be reactionary and not proactive in our future. What I don't see is plans that reflect our history of growth after long periods of downturns that we have historically experienced. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Great perspective on that. Actually, it makes a lot of sense. And on a personal note, with you're speaking about as a resident and business owner, did you find this summer was busier than usual, or the same kind of downturn as you experienced in the summers?
We noticed a slight increase in our numbers, but as far as the people goes, we saw it as a decrease. We saw less people this year. Spending was up, and I think that's what we're seeing the numbers. But as far as the population, you know, the proverbial you could shoot a cannon down the street and not hit anybody was sort of our July and August. And that translates to about the second or third week in September for the hospitality sector. I think Stu would probably agree with that. You know, there's been a lot of talk, well, we'll do this and this to change it. That's not the reality of our municipality. Our municipality is designed on when everyone's working. Our economy is based on when employees are working. Right now, you have a huge hiring spree for management. People are building capacities, they're building new buildings. Contracts are out there, but they're not ready for employees yet. Employees for the plants and industry are what drive us. Now, when we look at the federal government, we see that the NDP tore up their agreement with the feds. So now everyone's looking at potentially us having a federal election and most likely a change. You know, we won't know that till it happens, but those are the signs. And I think this document as it's presented right now is just very restrictive, and I don't think is planning for that growth. And it's based on the information I got primarily from those consultations, or at least that's what I assume.
Right, thanks. I've been down there a few times this summer and just noticed it was quite busy at your place and other place. That's why I asked if it was a trend during the summer. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to clarify, great presentation. I actually appreciate the setback of the idea that a lot of the consultation happened during COVID when time was very sporadic and we were not making clear-headed decisions. We were in a panic mode. When you were talking about just, I guess, the economic, higher spending this year, would you say that it's due just to also higher prices and rates? So when we're going year-over-year sales, it has to do with more, like you said, a higher spend on the inflated prices versus the actual people in the building?
I would agree 100% through the chair. The numbers, yeah, I mean, all of our prices have jumped tremendously due to food costs, not so much labor, strangely enough, but through all the actual cost, rents and that, depending where you are in your leases, they have gone up. And it's strange that even though our economy hasn't started to recover, the effects of businesses or buildings owned by corporations outside of Fort McMurray or Wood Buffalo, they have seen increases because the majority of the province has seen a larger recovery than we have. And because of that, that outside influence is affecting our municipality and some of our leases and our businesses.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stu. Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
And Clyde? Clyde Phillips. Clyde, if you want to state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and if you remain seated for questions, please. Hit that button again, Clyde. There, one more time. There you go.
My name's Clyde Phillips. I prayed to Councillor Straub before I come up here for a little confidence. Listening to all the previous presenters here, I think that a great solution for all this is to give every one of our citizens a card, a number, and they get, say, a point when they show up here. They get 20 points if they vote. If they donate to the food bank, they get points. If they volunteer for kids, they get points. So many more examples. I'm not getting them off the top of my head right now. But there's plenty of opportunity to, say somebody replies to one of those surveys. Anything that contributes to the community, something like she did. And their points are used for tax deduction. When they accumulate over the year and you utilize those points, they contribute to community strength, facilitate, knowing what's going on, and contributes to this 20-year plan when everybody is on the ball and waiting for what good they can do next. And they don't have to have a card, they don't have to have a number, but it could be done in conjunction with Pulse and things like that people have a card that, like, say a guy that puts his hockey rink in and he wants it just for his family only, maybe he pays a fee. But if he volunteers a few hours to let the neighbors' kids that have never skated before, maybe immigrants or something, and they get to go on the ice, then the fee is waived. It's a way of connecting and keeping track of what's what with these cards, and you go online with their card. I've tried for years now to get on one of these committees. It's impossible, as Mike can tell you. He's trying to help me get onto his committee. People want to be involved. I'm here. I'm desperate to be involved, but you can't get an idea across. It's like people are saying, you're a piece of shit because you're not involved. There's a lot of people that want to be involved. They don't get the opportunity. So why not give them a card that says, hey, this is who I am. Nobody has to know their number. Nobody has to know what. And then at the end of the year, they have that opportunity for a small tax deduction or maybe a big tax deduction. Like I said, give the biggest number for voting. Instead of complaining about voter apathy here in Fort McMurray, why not come up with an idea to encourage it? That's pretty much my idea.
Thanks, Clyde, and thanks for being here and being involved. Do we have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Clyde. Thank you, everyone. If there's any other questions for council to administration, this is the time. As a reminder, once the public hearing is closed, there's no further questions or information gathering can concur at that time. Councillor Boussier?
Thanks, through the chair. I guess I have a couple questions, just given some of the presenters' questions, if we could. I guess through the chair to whoever, there's a couple comments made, or the letter that we got from Kim Jean, and then I believe it was it Connie that, or Tammy spoke. If you could respond to some of the concerns in here.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity. First and foremost, I'd like to clarify that all of the engagement for MDP did not happen during COVID period. COVID wrapped up somewhere around January of 2022. Our engagements ran till June 2022. So there was a lot of opportunity after COVID where in-person meetings were allowed for people to engage. Phase 3 of engagement, which was where the plan was presented to public, happened primarily after COVID. So there was a lot of in-person engagement. Through the process of engagement, we also did 2 open houses in Draper, specifically in the community of Draper, because there was a lot of conversation around what should happen, how the policies for the community should be dealt with. We did a very extensive engagement in the community where we recorded every survey response that came in. In Draper, there were 88 residents at that time when we did the survey that were over the age of 19, out of which 57 participated in the engagement. And I have every survey response right here in front of me. The question that we asked the community members at that time was, the draft policy in the MDP is that the development in Draper should be compatible with the rural character of Draper and conform to the local ASP. 92.98% of the people said yes to it. I have this presentation the information that I'm sharing with council right now is also available on municipal website. These are results from June 2022 engagement. In form of presentation, it's available on municipal website. The second question was, the 2011 MDP considers Draper to be a residential community. Should the new MDP also identify Draper as a residential community to protect, preserve its residential character? 85.96% respondents said yes, as a result of which we identified Draper as a residential community. What other uses other than residential should be considered in Draper? 76.79% of the people said nothing other than residential. Should new development in Draper be consistent with existing pattern of large lot acreages? 92.98% of the people said yes, it should be consistent with the existing large lot acreages. And all of these uses that we have, everything that I'm talking about is available publicly. It's not a presentation these are not the numbers that I'm creating. There were questions surrounding to preserve the heritage status, ecological and aesthetic value, and riparian areas of the river in the community. Should the municipality consider preserving river shorelines through natural systems such as a green buffer? Typically done by taking environmental reserves or environmental easements along the riparian areas. 78.95%, about 79% of the respondents said yes to it. To protect the ecological health of wildlife and natural features, the draft MDP is focusing to establish a project that identify and protect riparian areas in wood buffalo. Do you agree with this approach? 76% of the people said yes to it. Everything that is currently in MDP was presented in that presentation. I made that presentation to the community of Draper. The policies word by word are what was presented to the community back in time in the MDP, the current MDP. The draft MDP proposes the following policy. Municipality and provincially identified high-risk flood areas should not permit future development except when protected by appropriate structural flood mitigation measures. Do you agree with this policy? 82.46% people said yes. Should the municipality consider other innovative flood-proofing measures to promote safe development? Only 10% people said no. 50% of people said yes. 40% of people were unsure. To promote safe development, should the municipality prioritize the majority of growth in areas further away from flood hazard zones? 73.68% of the people said yes. Our region has a long history of overland flooding, with 7 notable floods since 1835. Slopes have also been identified as an area of concerns in the community of Draper. Should the municipality consider adopting reasonable measures to ensure any flood hazard developments are safe from natural hazards? 85.96% of the people said yes. There are policies surrounding Second Road, but after this survey was concluded, all of these survey results were presented to the community, and we went with what we heard from the community engagement. Anything in the MDP anything that's currently in the MDP is in line with what was presented to community in June 2020. Prior to this, in 2019, there was an engagement in the community where, again, I presented everything. We were talking about ASP and land use bylaw, the use that should be permitted in the community of Draper. I have that here. And that is exactly in line with what we heard in 2022. Everything, the number of people who participated in that engagement were a little bit less, but the survey responses, the data that we got back was exactly in line with what we heard in 2022. So when we go out and do surveys and when we invite the community for 2 consecutive engagements, we've heard the same thing over and over again. The same thing is presented back to the community, and that's what we've included in the MDP. So from a perspective of whether or not are we allowing safe developments, this is what this community has asked for. It is what we would usually do from a professional standpoint. We understand the areas which are affected by flood or has slope concerns. Saying no to development is not an option. We have to find ways through which we can allow development. But given the fact that is flood prone, the amount of development or the intensity of the development that can happen in that region gets restricted. And we understand that. Our idea here is not to say no to development. Our idea is to promote development, but in a reasonable, safe way. And to address the concerns again, everything that's in the MDP, I can attest to it, is in line with what was presented to community back in 2022.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair, we had Mrs. Byron and Connie speak to United Nations and some of the federal and the wording. Can you comment to some of the comments made by the presenters just regarding that?
Through the chair to the question, Satya Shalish might have more to add, or even Chris Davis. I was involved in the 2011 MDP. I was one of the primary authors of it. The consistency between that document and the one that we have now is comparable, specifically in relation to climate change, environmental stewardship. These are all buzzwords that are used to make smart decisions in terms of what we want to see for our region. The Municipal Development Plan is intended to be a high-level document. It is that way by nature. It sets the tone of development in the region. It sets the tone for how we want to be known and how we want to grow socially, economically, culturally, physically. It doesn't set the prescription. We have different documents that align to the Municipal Development Plan, like our land use bylaw, our area structure plan, the various departments within the organization. Other organizational groups beyond the municipality often align to our municipal development plan as well, because it gives a bit of a pulse on what our community wants. In terms of references to the United Nations report, Canada 2030, if there's alignment in terms of terms, it's by coincidence. We don't have those documents printed out and we're not cross-referencing anything. The other thing I wanted to mention was some of the terms are vague by design in terms of, like I said earlier, not being overly prescriptive. In relation to the concerns, I would personally be interested in knowing, and I know the question was asked, what exactly is the issue? The presentations were interesting that were made this evening. I was writing notes, but unfortunately there wasn't anything that had enough teeth for me to go back into the municipal development plan and actually read the policy that is of concern. When you look at our policies, they're not specific. They're not too specific in terms of not allowing specific types of development in certain specific areas. That's where we look at the land use bylaw. I personally, and even in alignment with what the municipality references the municipal development plan to be, it is an overarching long-term strategic plan. It has a horizon of 20 years. We're looking at, a 10-year, 5 to 10 year update on it, but it is intended to just give a pulse of where we want to see ourselves in 20 years from today.
Okay, and I do appreciate the work you and your team have put in, Amanda. I know it's probably a tough one, but I guess most of the folks I think were for it tonight. There was a few that spoke in opposition, but I'm assuming admin is comfortable with what is in front of us, and that's why it's here, and we're not concerned about maybe the language. I think Connie had mentioned, I wrote it down, public good, public health, and things like that. It's something that we don't need to reevaluate language in it. And
through the chair to the question, those themselves are vague terms.
Okay. No, that's about all I have, I think. Thanks.
Through the chair, just to add to Amanda's comment, we as planners are trained to work in public interest. It's a requirement of the designation that we get from the provincial body. Public interest itself is a vague term, and that's how terms are defined. But all of those terms that were mentioned here, they can have different meaning. We, from our part, work in the public interest to ensure that developments that we are proceeding with are sustainable. We're able to work through them, and they sustain the time that they're there for. That's what our priority is.
Sorry, through the chair, if I could add to that. And just going back to some of the terms, I was Googling some of the things that they were talking about while I was sitting down. Social, economic, cultural, those are all terms that were used in the 2011 document as well. And they're basic terms to basically define what sustainable development is. Those terms alone are vague, and I don't want to disregard anyone's presentations, and there might be merit in what they're saying, but I can sit here confidently and say that we certainly aren't pushing any agenda that has been mentioned this evening. We're not cross-referencing those documents to make sure that our language is exact to what those documents are presenting.
Okay, thank you.
Director Davis, do you want to?
Yeah, at the risk of incurring the wrath of our CAO, I wanted to just add a couple of comments to Councillor Boussier's question. I think it's important to note that under the MGA, Section 632, sub 3, sub B, allows council within an MDP to address environmental matters within a municipality. So the legislation in the MDP, in the MGA specifically says it's entirely appropriate for environmental issues to be addressed by council in an MDP. And it goes on to say, or any matter relating to the physical, social, or economic development of the municipality. So you, council, have a wide scope in the MDP. And I would, and to echo Director Owen's comments, any matter that comes before council on a land use amendment, et cetera, has to be consistent with the MDP. And there's always an opportunity, I think Councillor Weigel had said earlier, is there opportunity to change over time? And you heard it's a living document. So it's possible at any time when a matter comes forward that an MDP amendment might accompany that as part of the application. So if there's an inconsistency or a need to align the MDP with a land use amendment, they can both come forward and council will be asked to deliberate on both of them at the same time. So there is scope for flexibility, and I want to say that because some of the presentations here have perhaps worried that things are frozen and it's going to be a challenge going forward. It just means there's a little more work required to make sure that things are in alignment. So I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. So I'm listening to all this and I'm trying to think to myself, how do we keep this document alive and flourishing and growing forward? And certainly part of it, to me, is representation on reports, both to yourself and the CEO, that this aligns with the MDP. And that way, administration and council keep the document alive. I know the problem has been recently that a lot of what we didn't align with the MDP. But now, as people ask, how do we keep it alive and how do we keep it growing? Well, if all of a sudden we're making decisions that are out of alignment, that becomes the stopgap or the point where we have to get back on track again. So it's I guess for me, it's like keep the document alive by educating this council, the next council, future councils about the connection of decisions to the MDP and its value. And I think if we keep doing that, it'll stay alive. And that's all I got to say.
Thanks, Councilor Granson. Do you have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any. Does administration have any other comments they'd like to bring up with council?
Through the chair to the opportunity, I would like to say, and first, I'd like to thank everybody that has come out to speak for or against or just provide general comment or feedback about the municipal development plan. As it has been mentioned multiple times this evening, this document can be amended. Like, we can bring it forward to council if there's issue with the document. The other thing I want to mention is that we are tying some of the key performance indicators, or all of them, to reporting of the municipal development plan. In the past, we haven't done a good job in coming back and reporting out on the MDP. And based on our conversation this evening, I think that's something that probably should be committed to annually, where we're coming back to do a bit of a health check on the MDP. And at that point, if there's things that need to be adjusted, then we can work to amend the MDP more quickly than we typically do. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Amanda. And thank you, Shailesh, and thanks, Such. So I'll now declare this public hearing closed, and council will have a 10-minute break. And just a reminder, council, as the public hearing is closed, to refrain from conversing in the gallery. You can stay here or in the back room during the 10-minute break, please. And we'll reconvene at 10 to 8:50. Welcome back, everyone. We're coming out of public hearing. We now have second and third readings of bylaw 24/015 for council's consideration. Can I have someone make the motion for the second reading? Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 24/015 be in the Municipal Development Plan for 2024 through 2044 be read a second time.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. I second the motion.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Is there any debate, discussion, or comments from council? I'm not seeing any. Oh, sorry, Councilor Dogar, go ahead.
No question.
Okay. So I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Yeah, the computer's not working. And opposed? Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. It's not working. Can I have someone make the motion for the third reading? Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. I move that bylaw number 24/015 be read third and final time.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Can I have someone second that? Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. It's the final opportunity for council to ask any questions or debate the item. Not seeing, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Next, move on to the report of the proposed Audit and Budget Committee. Services, introduce the report.
Is the mic on? Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. On March 26th, 2024, Council approved the 2024-2025 Internal Audit Plan presented by administration. This annual plan is part of the municipality's new audit charter, recently adopted by administration and approved by Council as part of the 2024-2025 audit plan. The charter outlines the role, authority, and responsibilities of those fulfilling the municipality's internal audit function, identifying that those fulfilling the internal audit function will have no direct operational responsibility or authority over any of the activities being audited. That audit activity will remain free from interference, and auditors are required to remain objective in the gathering, evaluating, and communicating of information to Council. The charter requires that the CFO prepare an internal audit plan for review and approval of Council, that the CFO provide periodic updates to Council on internal audit activity, and that following the conclusion of every internal audit engagement, a written report is prepared and issued by the CFO and communicated to Council. This may include administration's response and any corrective actions taken in regard to any findings and recommendations by Council. Subsequent to this, on April 30th, 2024, Council passed a resolution that administration bring forward a bylaw to create an Audit and Budget Committee to exercise policy and governance oversight with respect to audit and budget matters. On July 10th, administration returned with bylaw number 24/014, proposing a committee modeled after the RMWB's 2015 Audit and Budget Standing Committee. This committee, which I'm going to refer to as the Standing Committee model, just to keep things straight, would have 5 committee members who would all be from Council, including the Mayor, 2 rural councillors, and 2 councillors from Ward 1. This committee would exercise policy and governance oversight with respect to both internal and external audit processes, receive the RMWB's audited financial statements from the external auditor, review and improve expense claims of council and the CAO in accordance with the applicable policy, receive quarterly confidential updates on internal audit activities, hold budget workshops, and make recommendations to council on the proposed operating and capital budgets. After the July 10th, or during the July 10th council meeting, council deferred consideration of bylaw number 24014, instead electing to pass a resolution that the matter be referred to administration and be directed to consider the City of Calgary structure and bring back a second bylaw option to be presented to council within 30 days, working with Mayor Bowman, Councillor Bussiere, and Councillor Stroud. That bylaw is before you tonight for consideration. As directed, administration prepared bylaw number 24017, modeled after the City of Calgary Audit Committee bylaw and the City Auditor bylaw. So in our discussions tonight, I'm going to refer to this as the Calgary model because there are two bylaws before you. This committee would be comprised of 7 members, including the mayor, 2 councillors from Ward 1, 2 councillors from the rural wards, and 2 members from the public. One of these members would be a chartered financial analyst with experience in public sector financing and knowledge of cash flow analytic, forecasting, budget adherence, and debt financing, while the other would be a chartered professional accountant with experience in public sector accounting. The committee would be required to meet a minimum of 6 times per year and assist council in fulfilling its oversight and stewardship responsibilities by taking responsibility for 3 broad categories, which are outlined through 3 schedules in the bylaw. To just summarize what that would involve, this committee, under the Calgary model, would be responsible for overseeing the Office of the Regional Auditor, overseeing, reviewing, and assessing the relationships between administration, the regional auditor, and the external auditor, developing an annual budget for the committee and the Office of the Regional Auditor, which will be approved by council, developing a detailed annual work plan, which would be forwarded to all of council for your information, reviewing and overseeing the preparation of the annual financial statements and recommending them for approval to council, reviewing and discussing the RMWB's compliance with financial reporting, overseeing, approving, and also recommending any special audits, overseeing the integrity of the RMWB's internal controls, overseeing the administration of the RMWB's whistleblower program, and holding budget workshops and collaborating with the CAO and CFO to make recommendations to council on prioritizing capital projects. Under this Calgary model, the bylaw will establish an independent office of the regional auditor. The regional auditor would be an RMWB employee, but would report for employment purposes directly to council through the committee. The regional auditor would be responsible for proposing an office budget, and that budget would be subject to approval of the committee, but also council. The regional auditor would have sole administrative authority over staff reporting to the position, including establishing salary structures. The number of staff that would be required is going to be largely dependent on the audit plan and the detailed annual work plan that would be prepared and approved by the committee. The Office of the Regional Auditor would be responsible for providing a number of services. These include assurance services, such as compliance audits, operational audits, and follow-up audits in order to determine whether the compliance audits have been appropriately implemented. Advisory services, including providing advice to administration on specific issues or a project-specific basis. Investigating services, which includes managing the RMWB's whistleblower program, including intake, assessment, investigation, reporting, and corrective action recommendation processes, and reporting on a quarterly basis to the committee. The bylaw further contemplates that support services such as human resources, financial support, procurement support, communications, legal services, and legislative support would be provided by existing staff through the CAO. So this evening, administration is recommending that council pass a resolution to maintain the status quo, which would include the internal audit function remaining the responsibility of the CFO under the audit charter. This will require, this includes an annual audit plan, which is required and ultimately approved by council on an annual basis in conjunction with continuous reporting by the CFO. However, there are two additional options that do remain available to council, which have been included in the materials. And those options would be first adopting bylaw 24014, which is the standing committee model, or adopting bylaw 24017, which is the Calgary model.
Thank you, Caitlin. Do we have any questions from Council for Administration? Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Calgary model requires 2 people extra.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, there are 2 positions that are would report to the committee. The executive advisor, who will provide the administrative support, and the regional auditor, who will be responsible for the administration of the internal audit function. The bylaw is drafted so that whatever audit plan is approved by council, the regional auditor would present a budget. They may need additional resources to meet the objectives of that audit plan. And so that would be fulfilled presumably with additional employees, but it could also be through contracted services.
My question is that in the write-up which is given and which is there in our system, so it says disadvantage of 24/017/17 that 2 additional people would be there. And by 24/014, no additional would be there. It would be internal staff. I understood the right way or not?
That's correct.
Okay, fine. So can I comment or this is just a question?
It's just questions right now, Councilor Dogar.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, through the chair to Caitlin, I just want to thank you on behalf of late Councillor Stroud and Funky, Councillor Van Jaco, for work on this, especially with the Calgary model. And I know with Councillor Stroud, and we did meet a couple times after we had met with you, and she was happy with the work and everything. So just want to thank you on behalf of myself and late Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. As Councilor Dogar mentioned about having other employees, is there do you have an estimate of what a regional auditor, or what you know, or maybe HR would know what their salary would be? Is that?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, it's a difficult question. we could probably look at a director level salary with the RMWB. This individual would have a pretty advanced skill set to be able to fulfill the requirements of that office.
And the executive auditor, is that someone we would already have on staff?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, theoretically, somebody would have that administrative skill set, I would imagine.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Benjogo?
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are a few things you said tonight about the office of the regional auditor would have independent office. Is that correct? It can be accommodated within the building here, or why?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, these three different options all present different levels of independence from existing administration. So the model that is followed by larger centers, which would be Edmonton and the city of Calgary, is a completely independent office. So those individuals are still staff of the city, but they report to the committee and to council completely independent from existing staff. The model that we've proposed, which is the standing committee, would take more the approach that you're referencing, where we would use existing resources and existing staff. That doesn't mean that there wouldn't be a need to augment them based on what the desire of the committee and council is in terms of the audit plan.
And so none of the other two options would allow the office of the regional
Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2.
Welcome back, everyone. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Councillor Grandison, you have a question for administration?
There we go. I had asked a while back that we have available. I just want to let my colleagues know that I was the one who requested that we have an expert in the world of audit, et cetera, made available to council for questions. So we had a third party separate from administration. So is that person available now or later or when?
Yes. So through the chair to Councillor Grandison, my apologies for not introducing them at the beginning of the questions. We have two individuals from Deloitte. Deloitte is our external auditor, and so they are available on the feed remotely, Paul and Andrew.
Now I'm led to believe that they're there not as our auditors, but as an audit expert organization, not as our auditors.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I just needed clarity on that.
That's correct. As auditors, having operated in the industry for a number of years, my understanding is that Paul is responsible for the internal audit group within Deloitte. So they are very well positioned to answer any questions that you have tonight.
Thank you.
Councillor Weigel.
Just understanding, I guess, number 3, there would only be 2 employees, right? The external auditor and I apologize, and the other entity.
Regional?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, you're going to get a lawyer answer here, but it depends. Basically, in the bylaw, there will only be those 2 employees that will report up to the committee. It will be up to the regional auditor to make a presentation to the committee and ultimately through to council about what resources will be required to fulfill the objectives of the audit plan.
So the regional auditor will come in, basically audit, and decide kind of what they need to be able to fulfill the mandate that they set out.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, there would be an audit plan and a work plan that would be developed. So perhaps it might involve auditing various functions of the municipality. As I mentioned, possibly a cybersecurity audit. The regional auditor would then, once they understand what that looks like, would come to the committee and would identify the resources that are required.
And so this would be in lieu of the audit plan that we approved earlier this year?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's correct. The committee would be responsible for proposing an audit plan up to council.
And so I think there's been question on this, and I'm not even sure. In this proposal for number 3, is the council abdicating authority of the budget over to this committee, or is it just an like they will do the audit and bring back, so know how committees gather their information, they bring it back to, it was my understanding that in a chartered city that the council actually abdicates executive authority over to the committee to actually make all budgetary decisions.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, even for a municipality like ours, there are a number of powers or authorities that as council you can delegate to a committee. It just depends on what decisions you want to be making as council and what you want to delegate. In regards to this particular bylaw, there are two components to it. There's the audit and then there's the budget. So first, I'm going to speak to the budget.
Okay.
For the Calgary model in the budget, what will happen is currently the workshops that council sits through for budget, that process would occur in front of the committee. The committee would then receive those presentations and would work with administration and the CFO and the CAO and make recommendations to council on budget approval, which would include potentially which capital projects should be approved and which would not be.
But I would assume as a council member, we'd still be allowed to, just like all committee meetings, would be allowed to attend those if they wanted.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's correct. There's nothing that would identify that you couldn't as a councillor. However, you wouldn't have a vote as a committee member on what would then go forward to council. So
the councillors on this committee would then recommend what they felt, or not on this committee would not have that say.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's correct. It could happen that way. And once it came forward to council, then ultimately all of the councillors would have the ability to choose. You could make a supplemental motion as a councillor to amend the budget.
Right. So right now, basically that's what the finance department would do now. They would bring forward those suggestions right now. In lieu of that, this committee would then bring those suggestions forward, and council as a whole would still vote on whether we would go forward with it.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that workshop process would occur in front of the committee.
Right.
And then the committee would present it. It hasn't been fleshed out yet what that process would look like when it goes forward to council and how the committee would council. Part of that would be open for council to ultimately determine.
And with only five people being on this council, it doesn't break the MGA based on not having the majority of council at a meeting?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, no, ultimately the budget would be approved by council. And so that would be compliant with the requirements of the Municipal Government Act.
And then for the budget process, for the audit process, you talked about the budget.
Yes, so for the audit process, perhaps I can defer to our auditors to speak to the difference between an internal audit and an external audit. And that might help kind of give a bit more context to what the committee would be doing in terms of auditing.
Awesome, thank you.
Perfect. So Andrew Geary here, Mayor Bowman, if that was directed to us, happy to respond.
Yes, it was. It was Councillor Weigel's question. Perfect. Andrew, go ahead.
Thank you. So maybe very quickly, I think most of you will recognize myself, Andrew Geary, audit partner at Deloitte. I'm the individual responsible for the delivery of the external audit of the financial statements of RMWB. Very pleased to have with me my colleague Paul Grosch. Paul leads our internal audit services group within Deloitte, and therefore I'm very glad to have him with me. Paul, do you want to quickly introduce yourself?
Of course, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. Good to see some familiar faces. Some of you in council may remember me from the work on the Accountability, Integrity, Transparency audit back in 2014, where I took an internal audit approach with my colleagues to do some work with you. It's a pleasure to be here today. I lead the internal audit practice in Edmonton. I've been doing internal audit work for a good 20 years now, including with Government of Alberta and different municipalities as well as in Australia. I got good experience in that regard and understand the different functions and models that are there. Happy to answer any questions that you do have in that regard and weigh in where I can as it relates to internal audit.
Perfect, thanks, Paul. So maybe I can just start to confirm. So we are engaged currently by the municipality, by administration, to perform the external audit of the financial statements. So that is to give an opinion as to the the truth and fairness of the financial statements. Those are produced by administration for the year ended December 31 every year. We would then come in, perform an audit of those financial statements and give that opinion. So, very narrow scope as to we are purely opining on those financial statements. Internal audit, where our clients have an internal audit function, the scope of the internal audit function is quite different and a lot more far-reaching. Paul, maybe you can quickly kind of summarize what the difference from the external audit.
It's governed by the international internal audit standards, really around looking at and evaluating risk exposures relating to the municipality's governance, operations, information systems, financial reporting processes. Areas they look at are things like effectiveness and efficiency of operations, reliability and integrity of financial or operational information, safeguarding assets, compliance with laws, regulations, contracts. It really exists to provide management of a municipality, but also the council with assurance that internal controls are operating effectively and working as intended. As you've heard today also, they provide advisory audit or operational work to really help provide recommendations where opportunities for improvement or deficiencies are identified. Internal audit's important, as you probably are aware from the research that you've done, because it helps council and organizations discharge their corporate governance responsibilities. So it helps ensure that business risks through a risk-based internal audit approach are managed to an acceptable level, as outlined through the programs and risk assessments that they do. So it looks at ensuring policies and procedures are complied throughout in organizations, and it can help certify if you need to around internal controls, right? Some of the benefits that you've covered even today from what I've heard around providing independent and objectivity, so they're separate from management and reporting to council and to management in those areas. They can support council and management on strategies and initiatives, value-add recommendations, driving common practices or standardization across the regional municipality Wood Buffalo or organizations, and then helping improve overall risk management processes. That's a bit of the difference between internal audit and external audit and the processes that are used in the risk-based approach versus the materiality that's set in an external audit.
Awesome. Thank you, Andrew and Gary.
So I think, Councillor Weigel, if I can kind of build on that to answer your question, it will depend on the audit plan and the scope of the activities that council or the committee want to engage in a particular year in order to determine how many resources are required to fulfill that. So it's difficult to assess right now.
Right. And so right now, with the audit process, do we use a third party for both external and interior audits?
So through the chair to Councillor Weigel, we have Deloitte doing our external audit services, and we provide the internal audit internally through the CFO. And that's something, to give the background, it's something that she's started to stand up just within the past, I would say, year and a half.
Awesome. And so in standard practice, I guess, and this is just to call the elephant out in the room, I mean this not directed at anybody or anybody's integrity, but I think the question would be that if there's an internal auditor and reports to the internal function, then how do we know how genuine or authentic the audit is or how it gets back to council? I guess that, because to me, that's why we're here having this conversation. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having a conversation if we felt everything was transparent.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's accurate. And there are various tools or different ways of maintaining that independence. So you can go, to one extreme and look at a completely separate office that, reports up to council, or you can, look at a model that would use external resources, but also use internal resources, and then have those auditors reporting directly to a committee or to council on their findings. They do have obligations, professional obligations as auditors, just as we do as lawyers, to, be forthright and honest and So I wouldn't say that just because somebody for employment purposes reports through to the CAO, it means that they're not going to come and be truthful and candid with council. But you're absolutely correct. It's about the degree of independence and how you want to maintain that, and then trying to do that within the resources that you have.
Awesome. A question directed to you, Paul. An open candidly, realizing that you're third party, so you're probably for third party independent studies. But without your bias, do you find a huge benefit in external, or in a lot of the organizations that you see, do you see very effective internal auditors as well?
It's a great question. I think it comes back to the nature, size, and complexity of organizations and where they're at in that internal audit journey. So, sorry, I should have said through the chair. But there's 4 models that traditionally exist within internal audit. One's called in-house. The second would be called co-sourced. The second is outsourced. And the fourth is outsourcing with in-house management. For all inclusive reasons, I'll talk through the first 3 being the in-house, co-source, and outsourcing model. In-house is where you have an internal team. So internal team that would, based on leading practices of how the Institute of Internal Audit publishes things, they would functionally report up through the chair of the council committee or an audit committee equivalent, and administratively to executive management. That way there's a direct line of communication between the audit committee and the governing body. The second model is a co-sourced approach where you have an in-house team and then they augment their skill sets with an external provider to co-execute the audit plan in specialized skills. So the skill sets that your teams may not have internally are those that are difficult to retain. In a market like Fort McMurray or in Alberta, there's a lot of hot skills. So sometimes those are really difficult for organizations to maintain in their teams. For example, IT auditors, internal auditors with cyber skills, or internal auditors with data analytics skill sets. The third model is an outsourced function where you outsource the function completely to a service provider. Now, each of the models have different benefits that are associated with them. There's a lot of thought leadership on this. So when you say be free from bias, I would say that I am free from bias in this regard, because each of the firms have a lot of publications globally from the Institute of Internal Auditors and from firms like Deloitte in this regard that talk through the different levers that they provide. What it comes down to is a thought process of where are you at today and where do you want to take this function to in the future, i.e. what are the things that you want your internal audit function looking at in the plan today, and what do you hope for them to look to in the future? Because it could be about starting based on the nature, size, complexity of the organization. And frankly, there's a lot of cost pressures in our province, starting with the teams that you do have and then seeking a multi-year journey, which is what we see a lot of organizations do to mature the function so that it continues to add value across multiple areas over time. So I said a lot there. I wanted to provide that kind of context. Again, it's information I'd be happy to provide to administration, but that would be my honest answer.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate it. And so with the second model then, the Audit and Budget Committee, in and itself, it would be driven by the internal auditor and they would just report to the committee? Because obviously the biggest difference are the 2 employees of the third option and the second option, and and obviously the money resources that are allocated to the 2 of those, as well as also the independence, right? In the third option, it's my understanding that they work like, I don't want to call it a part-time, but a separate entity where they don't report to anybody except to the committee and then report the information back to council. Am I correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel. Sorry, the second model, the standing committee model?
Yes.
The standing committee model would actually facilitate doing those audits entirely internal with staff that we have internal, or contracting out as well, and doing a co-source model.
Is that what we do now? Sorry to interrupt you there.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, yes. We would just then have a committee in place to oversee it and develop sit through some of these meetings that get very detailed and take a lot of time. That committee would then make a presentation to council with with the help of the auditors as well.
So how many internal auditors do we have right now?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, we have one. We have one, and then also a manager of that department who would also be qualified as an auditor.
And is that normal? Like, has that been cut back? Did we used to have more?
So through the chair to Councillor Weigel, we do have the history of what that looked like, both from a committee perspective over the last number of years and in terms of the audit function. I don't have exact numbers of staff, but what I will say is that prior to 2017, we had a fairly robust auditing department. It also included management of, I believe, an enterprise risk management program. During the cutbacks in 2017, there were a lot of changes that were made, and that internal audit function was largely removed. There was still one auditor that reported up to the CFO after 2017. However, that auditor was on leave for a number of years, I think about a year and a half recently, so there was a vacancy when it was not backfilled. Once our new CFO came into her role, she identified that that was a gap, and she recruited and was recently able to hire. So we have and with the recent restructures as well, there's been a restructure in what the department looks like.
Yep.
I can maybe, if you would allow me, let our CFO respond specifically. The department, what is the department called now, Lori?
Risk insurance and compliance. And to answer your previous question, there was a team of over 20 that were risk insurance and compliance, which included 8 auditors.
And then due to the cutbacks, they cut back 19 of them?
They eliminated the majority. They kept back 3 staff related to insurance. And I'm not sure, I think there was a vacancy for a while with the auditor because she was only here for about a year and a half before she went on maternity leave. So I believe all the auditors were let go. And then they did hire one auditor back.
And then, so in that process, would we then hire that out? Would we co-source? Would we just not audit? Like, what would we do during that? What did we do during that time?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Weigel, we do contract out for some internal audit functions as well.
Okay. And so right now, Director Farquharson, you would create the audit plan as it is right now, as it's your own department? Not you personally, but your department would create that audit plan. Okay, and so, sorry, I'm just trying to get my head wrapped all around this.
Absolutely.
And educate myself entirely and anybody that's still listening. And so the idea is that if there was a standing committee, the standing committee would work in conjunction with the audit team that exists under Director Farquharson to move forward, gather that information, report back to council. The third is a separate entity that would actually drive that team, would make all of the decisions, go through the workshops, take that entity basically away from council, and then that team would report back to council what they felt the direction we should go as an organization.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, yes. However, it is a little bit different from a Part 9. It would still be the municipality. It's a little bit similar to the recovery committee that we had after the wildfire, though, where there's a separate administrative head that reports to the committee.
So they wouldn't report to the CAO?
They would not report to the CAO. They would have their own employment policies, their own salaries. Yes.
So it's like a whole separate administration?
Correct.
And that's allowed under the MGA?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, to some degree, yes.
Okay. I guess my last question, just to wrap my head still around this while we're still in questions. The budget process in and itself would still be the same. They would just, the committee itself would just be a presenter in the budget process. The budget process for council in and itself would still be the same?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that remains uncertain, I would say. Currently, I can tell you specifically what the bylaws say.
How does it work in Calgary?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, in Calgary, it's just an audit committee. There is no budget function. So when I worked with Councillor Boussier, the mayor, and Councillor Stroud, one of the things that was requested, one of the changes to the bylaw was to include the budget function.
Okay. Okay. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. So we currently, forgive me, we passed a lot of documents, but we passed an audit charter not that long ago, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, correct.
Okay, and I don't know who to ask this question to, whether it's the external auditors, yourself, or our CFO, but what keeps coming into my mind is what in all of this is different than what that audit charter that we just passed will accomplish already? Like, are we not trying to reinvent the wheel here of something that we've already done to a certain extent? Because I believe, if memory serves me correct, our expectations, what we as councillor put back on administration with this audit council, audit, whatever it's called, it does all these things, does it not?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, the committees, the bylaws would replace the audit charter. That's correct.
Okay, but essentially, from what I understand, the audit charter and we would accomplish that. Now, having said that, so I look at this and I question, are we setting up a committee? Like 2 rural members, 2 councillor, or however many councillors, and the mayor, and so on and so forth, with these expectations that a meeting can't happen unless a community member's there. So are we setting them up for failure? Like, if you go back and look, and forgive me, my esteemed colleagues from rural, do we need representation of 2 councillors when we look at the population-based representation? Is that an appropriate model for doing this? With the things going to this committee, if we have 4 council members on here, and there is a question in here, so it's suggesting putting the whistleblower thing, for example, in there. So if a community member makes a complaint about myself, and these fine gentlemen are on the committee, it's my colleagues that are going to be dealing with the whistleblowing issue, as opposed to a third party. Like, have you ever heard of such a thing? It's kind of the question, because it seems to me that it's far-reaching. Are we not throwing everything into this committee, hoping that it's going to resolve things? Question.
But through the chair to Councillor Grandison, I will say there is a lot of work for the committee to do if they are stood up. But in terms of the whistleblower program itself, you will have a presentation actually about that next week, because I think there are some proposed changes based on a previous council resolution.
But right now that's completely third party, correct?
Correct. And the code of conduct, sorry, the whistleblower, I have to correct that. The whistleblower is not entirely third party. It goes through a third party, and typically third parties are retained to investigate depending on the complaint. What you're talking about would be code of conduct that go to the integrity commissioner. So we've got 2 separate processes. Complaints relating to council go to the integrity commissioner. And the committee, it's not contemplated that the committee would review those or have a role in those.
Okay, forgive me. My understanding was that many issues that go to the through the whistleblower complaints against councillors. So anyways, however, that I just didn't seem. So I've heard costs. Now this I'm going to direct to our external auditors. I've heard costs of somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 million to $1.5 million to fulfill all of these functions. So I know this is an unfair question, but I'm assuming you folks have been involved in our audits before. So my question is our risk, based on experience and current practices, warrant that kind of an expense? And I know that's a hard question, but I think it's a fair question. Like, we have all of these things in place. You audit every year and look at them, whether we're actually doing them. Is there risk greater than the cost exposure? I think that's, I don't know how to frame that question any differently.
Do you want me to?
Sure, give it a shot.
There, Paul. Yeah, so the benefit of an internal audit function is not limited to reducing risk, right?
Correct.
And it depends on the scope of what internal audit is asked to do. It is an incredibly difficult question to answer because what's the cost of risk, right? Especially when you've got reputational risk and not just financial risk, and opportunity cost risk and everything else. So I'd say it's almost impossible to answer that.
Can I frame it just a little bit different then?
Well, sure. I was just going to say, I think Paul could give you some information on that's, available on, from studies of how much governments spend on internal audit based on their size and stuff. If that you've got that to hand, Paul, but if it's through the chair, if councillor wants to rephrase, that'd be awesome.
Well, part of rephrasing, I agree. Our internal audits look at our systems, how we're making decisions. Did decisions go through the proper channels, and are they according to the actual bylaws and procedures that are in place? I recognize that. But that's going on right now anyways. That's currently happening, and we use third parties like Deloitte to confirm that we're actually doing it. So to me, this seems like an expense to do the same thing that we're already doing, that you already audit us on, that you already do a report on all the time, both externally and internally. Is that not correct?
Well, so just to clarify, we do the external audit. That is an opinion on the financial statements.
Correct.
And that they are not materially misstated. So it does not include, it is a narrow scope focused purely on the information that's presented in those financial statements. Deloitte do not do any internal audit work for you. You have an internal auditor that is doing some reviews. I don't have line of sight on what else is done internally looking at controls and whether you're using other contractors to do that stuff. That would be a question for administration.
Okay, which again, and I know I'm asking you really difficult questions, and I apologize for that, because I'm trying to understand this myself. And I just, I think everything you just said, we have a system, we take a look at it. Do we have third parties, or should we have third parties sometimes taking a look to make sure that we're actually being as financially responsible to our citizens as we can be? It's just, to me, everything that I've seen so far, Deloitte's done our audits here and with RRC and so on and so forth, and nothing in those reports have indicated, too much red flags. And when there are things of concern, you identify them within the report. So it just seems to me that we're already using a third party to accomplish that. That's what I'm trying to get my head around. And if we're not, I'm kind of looking for you to tell me that.
Yeah, through the chair, if I may, I remember in 2014, I was sitting with the council at the time, and some of you might remember, but we did the accountability, integrity, transparency audit. And one of the questions that I got from, at the time, Councillor Boutelier was, should have our external auditor have found any of these areas? And the areas that we covered in scope of the accountability, integrity, transparency audit weren't identical in any way. to the external auditor scope. So the frame of reference that I give here is that an internal audit function exists to take a risk-based approach at looking at all of the municipality's operations. So for example, at the City of Calgary, they're looking at water services, things like doing an operational audit of the effectiveness of the city's water metering processes and policies, are looking at an operational audit of the neighborhood partnership coordinate teams, community association support. So based on the internal audit plan that they would have set as a function, looking at a risk-based approach, i.e. what are the top risks facing the municipality, they would have come up with a plan. Yes, one of those risks is obviously financial statements, but then they would have done a comparison and looked and said, okay, the City of Calgary has an external auditor that looks at those. And because someone else is providing a different form of assurance over those, they don't look at the financial statements through the internal audit function. So an internal audit function, councillors, what I'm trying to tell you is when they do their risk-based approach, also looks throughout the organization to say who's providing a form of assurance that can be relied on and bring the risk to an appropriate level, whereby the internal audit function can decrease the overall risk exposure or the overall risk remaining to a municipality so that they don't include that in their internal audit plan. Does that help clarify how an internal audit is different from an external audit and how they approach?
Yeah, they are, and I've unfortunately been involved in many internal audits, so I've kind of experienced both. So I have no problem with a standing committee. I think we've had that in the past. I just think that this Calgary thing is just so overreaching, that's all. So I'm just trying to get clarity. So thanks for your answers. I'm good for now.
Thanks, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. It's a very brief question. Madam, the external people would be called and some agreement payment would be done by CEO office?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar.
Yeah. Part-time. These are part-timers. These experts are part-timers. I understand they can be only CEO's office, nobody else.
Sorry, Councillor Dogar.
About 10 years back, once there was a big problem, and mayor said that, I don't know, CEO asked CEO because everything was under CEO and CEO was fired. CEO fired is a very normal practice which we have seen. But at that point, I said there should be something independently under mayor so that mayor can assign them certain tasks, certain monitoring, so that there should be a parallel check.
Questions, not statements.
Is there a question there, Councillor Dogar?
No, question was asked beforehand, but she was thinking about it, and then I could assume what is the reply. The reply is that, of course, CEO office will do it. And if CEO office will do it...
That question, what's the question?
I asked the question, who will do the deal with them? The payment or the terms and conditions, who would work out?
Okay, through the chair to Councillor Dogar, who would deal with the auditors, the external auditors, if they were doing the internal audit function? It would depend on which model you chose. It would be, it could be administration, but it could also be the regional auditor if council chose the City of Calgary model.
Okay, then we'll go to discussion. We'll discuss it, sir.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dogar. Do we have any other questions from council, for administration, or for Deloitte? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, last question, just playing off of what Councillor Grandison said. The conduct of council goes to the Integrity Commissioner, but the conduct of the CAO, does that go to the Integrity Commissioner or the whistleblower?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel. That is likely one gap in the process. If somebody were to complain about the CAO, it would go to the whistleblower.
And he would be on that committee.
Sorry, it would go to the whistleblower, but that is sent to an external party. We have a third-party auditor that receives that. So in that instance, that third party will not contact the CAO with the complaint. They will come to mayor and council. So likely they would send it to the mayor, and you would make a decision about how that would be investigated as a council.
So the CEO doesn't sit on the third option, the CEO doesn't sit on that committee, he's just supposed to attend meetings?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's correct.
Okay, so if there was a whistleblower, his would not actually hit him, it would just go to the committee and they would then meet without him?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, yes, I think that's likely what would make sense. You would ask the, even though the CAO has the right to attend under the bylaw, attend those meetings.
Yeah.
If it's an issue that specifically involves their employment or that are confidential that they can't be involved in, you would hold a meeting in camera, or you would ask them to excuse themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Boussier? Oh, sorry, Lance, I turned it off, turn back on.
Thank you, Mayor. Are there delegates? I have some questions, but it's getting late and okay, well, I'll just wait till the delegates speak then. Yeah.
Councillor Cardin, you have a question?
I do. That was a lot to take in. How many audits have come back with heavy concerning items in the last 10 years?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I think the biggest audit that I can think of would be the KPMG audit that was referenced by our representatives from Deloitte, and it identified a number of areas where it, made recommendations of controls that we could put in place. That is the biggest one I can think of. I am not aware of what internal audits have been done and what have been presented to council since then.
I guess that would be a question for the CFO then, if you're not able to answer that entirely.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I don't have all of the details in front of me, but our previous auditor had done many audits. Some of them were internal, some were external, like with Vista Ridge, RRC. We've done a number of audits this previous year, and the 2023 audit findings are, the final report is in the draft stage, so it will be coming to council soon. There's, we're a large organization. There's always room for improvement, and we try to focus, as they mentioned earlier, on a risk-based approach.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, one of the things as well, though, that I think is important to point out is that there's nothing previously that has required those audits, that internal function, to be reported to council. So it's likely that a lot of that work may have been happening, but may not always have been reported. I think through the audit charter that identifies at the end of each of those audits, that will be reported. So the goal is to, again, engage more proactively with council to make sure that you're aware that those things are going on.
So for the 2023 audit, 2022, 2023 audit, is there a reason why it's taken so longer than usual?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I just hired the internal auditor late last year, and so there's been a lot of groundwork. She had to go through all the documentation of the previous auditor. We came to council to present the 2023-2024 plan, or was it 2024-2025? So she's been doing a lot of catch-up, trying to finalize everything, but as it does take a great deal of time. Paul might be able to speak to that, but when you're doing an audit, you're investigating, you're analyzing, you're having fact-finding. It's very difficult in many cases for her to actually arrange interviews with people. People have been extremely busy, so she's doing multiple audits at the same time just to keep the momentum on her plan.
I guess not all audits fall on the same date still, right?
No, they're quite fluid. You can't just sit down and do an audit. It's really more of an agile approach. You have a plan, and it's over the course of a year or two, and in some cases, we didn't have the capacity and we had to move some things out. I actually think that we were a little bit overly ambitious in what we could accomplish with one auditor.
Thanks. I guess point of question would be, what would be the projected additional cost to the region and for an external auditor to be a part of the next audit? Or whoever can answer that, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, one of the difficulties with answering that question is it depends on what the audit plan is for an internal audit. So again, you would have to ask the CFO if she believes the current, are you talking about the current audit plan that's in front of council that was presented in March?
No, the options, the option 3. That's the option that's clear as everybody's talking about.
Yeah, and through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, that will depend on what the committee wants to achieve once it's struck. The committee is charged with putting together an audit plan that it would recommend to council. So I think it depends on how ambitious you want it to be in a year. Information, I think that Paul was able to find us suggests that comparable municipalities spent about 1 to 1.5 million, through internal or external resources annually to achieve their audit plans.
No further questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Boussier?
Councillor Weigel had me first.
Go ahead, Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Just to follow up on Councillor Cardinal's question, with such a large workload for one auditor, what prevented us from hiring more auditors?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I do believe we're supplemented through some external contracts, but I would defer that to the CFO.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, we do have an internal audit contract with MNP, who is also the whistleblower. They have been engaged in the past, but not since I've been here in the past 2.5 years. I can say that after being here for about a year, I did identify the fact that there was a gap and we needed an auditor. And I had approached previous CAO with a business case substantiating why I needed a dedicated auditor. The only auditor I had to convert that position to also be a manager for risk compliance and insurance. So she was doing double duty to get enough traction on the audit plan. If you talk to my auditor and her manager, they would welcome additional resources. And the fact that we used to have 8 auditors, I mean, we could certainly, I'd be more than happy to do whatever council wanted to from a planning perspective to focus on the audit. There's many different things that we could be focusing on for financial controls.
So was that due to downsizing and the hiring freeze that we just weren't able to add people?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. I guess I'm just confused. I think this isn't about, this is Councillor Stroud and Van Jago and myself worked with Caitlin. This isn't about taking away any authority from our current CAO or questioning our CFO. This is just about better governance. That's all it is. It's simple. All we're asking is for an internal auditor to be an employee of council. I don't think there's going to be any significant budgetary impacts because we already have an internal auditor. So he or she could probably roll into that position, or if we have to go out HR and we have to go back out to the open market, we can certainly do that. The chair and vice chair are members of council. The two public members are requested for their expertise and knowledge in the field. I sat on the committee back in 13 to 17 with Keith, and we were council as a whole, and Councillor Stroud and I were talking about that. It didn't work very well because we weren't experts. We would have relied on two public members. This is just about stewarding the money and the responsibility. This is holding us as an organization more accountable. It isn't taking authority away from anybody. It's just helping, like Lori just said, there's room for improvement. The Calgary model seemed to be the one that Councillor Stroud and myself and Van Jaco liked. And it's just the committee will assist council through the audit committee with the oversight and financial stewardship of the monies. That's all we're going to do. It's not a decision-making committee. It will come back to council with recommendations. The employee count should maybe be 1, which is already in place internally. Resources, I would hope that the internal auditor would work with our current CAO and our CLO, our CFO, sorry, Lori, to bring back information to the committee. He or she is not going to be directing Henry or directing the CFO. They'll be working within the organization. This is, I don't know what's going on here, but this is all about governance and risk management and just doing a better job. This has nothing to do with taking power away or authority away from our current CAO or future CAOs or CLOs or CFOs. This is about doing what's best or better for this organization.
Do you want to add a question in there?
No, not really, I guess. Oh. Maybe, yeah, I'll ask, I'll throw one at the external auditors.
Please.
I guess, sorry, Mayor Bowman, what's the downside to an internal auditor reporting to, or is there a downside to an internal auditor reporting to council?
I'll take this one, Andrew, through the chair. So when I go to the internal audit standards, they'll say words like the internal audit should report functionally to the chair of the audit committee or equivalent, so our council, and administratively to executive management. Like as a leading practice, there's quite a bit of guidance out there, again, not on Deloitte, but on the internal audit bailiwick that talks about the chief audit executive, so your internal auditor, has to have a clear understanding of their reporting and alignment relationships. So they need to work through that, which is outlined in the charter and document, right? So the leading practices would say that the audit committee, or council in this case, should demand and empower the internal audit function to be independent and act willingly to speak the truth. And the way that they do that is through having a functional reporting relationship to the audit committee and that administrative relationship to executive management. There's not a lot of roles like that in organizations, but that's what the global internal audit standards say. There's a lot that they also talk through in terms of the questions that, for example, council should ask. Some of them, and I'll just share with you here because I have the opportunity, but one is, does the internal audit have unfettered access to council or the audit committee? Does internal audit seek opportunities to build relationships with the council or audit committee? Does internal audit have the ability to meet with the council or audit committee outside the presence of executive management? Is internal audit held to account to deliver the highest level of internal audit services that comply? And are there any obstacles keeping internal audit from earning a seat at the management table? So those are the recommended 5 questions that boards or councils also ask their internal audit teams. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor Boussier.
No, it certainly does. And one of the things I said to Caitlin when we were doing this is we're not going to get it right the first time. There will be amendments if this bylaw is successful in just getting past the first reading tonight. There will be amendments to the bylaw for sure coming forward because we're going to learn from our mistakes. I think the important thing was that the late Councillor Stroud wanted 2 rural and 2 urban, and the mayor, and then the 2 public members was important just for their expertise. And I think Caitlin touched on it a little bit when she was describing it. But outside of the internal auditor functioning with the committee and council, like, should there be any additional cost for employees? Like, I don't see any additional cost whether the internal auditor is an employee of council or employee of the RM. And basically, if this committee is struck in this fashion, like, they should be able to work with administration. There shouldn't be any additional costs unless I'm missing something. And I've talked to a previous internal auditor that worked at the RM in prior council, but just looking for your thoughts on that.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiere. Again, I think it all comes down to what the audit plan looks like and what is expected to be achieved in a year. And the Calgary model bylaw contemplates that the committee would work with the regional auditor to propose that up to council.
Correct, yeah. But I was just, through the chair, I was just asking the gentleman on the TV if he thought I'm missing something with additional costs, because one of the things with this bylaw, or administration, was there's significant budgetary impacts, which I don't believe.
And so through the chair to Councillor Bussiere, that was me who wrote that. It was intended to, significant, I guess, is to some degree subjective. To me, $1 million is a lot. I guess it depends on, what the budget is that you're looking at. But that was based on conversations, I think, that I had originally had with yourself, with Councillor Stroud, and Councillor Banjoko, where it was sort of thrown around that what you were contemplating was likely 3 to 5 auditors. So it was looking at what you would look like if you were staffing somebody who was a regional auditor level. And so based on that, Lori, our CFO, and her team did run the numbers, and we were looking at about $1 million to 1.5 in costs. But again, that was based on 3 to 5 auditors that would be employees. So again, it's difficult to say because it all depends on what the audit plan is and what the regional auditor believes they need in order to accomplish the work plan for the year.
Correct. So that number then is just someone threw out a number, like they're really, to me, it's going to be up to the audit committee to determine that, or council as a whole to determine where they go with number of employees. Like right now, we just take one employee from the RM, transition to council, and it's a wash.
If I can just butt in there, that's not what the bylaw contemplates. The bylaw contemplates this municipal audit, and the municipal auditor is a much higher level staff member than what we actually have in-house at the moment. It also anticipates support for that municipal auditor. So as a bare minimum for your Calgary model, you have an additional 2 staff members, and in those 2 staff members, those are high-level staff members. So you then need people who are going to actually do the audit work. So are those people actually employees? So that would add staff, or do we use consultants like MNP who we're using at the moment? And if that's the case, what we've already established now with our audit charter gives us everything that we can achieve under these other 2 models without the additional expense.
And I think just to remind council and everyone that we're still in the first reading, there's no motion on the floor, so we're getting really close into debating here. So we want to keep the questions to administration in a general fashion because we don't have a motion on the floor.
Okay.
Well, sure, and through the chair to Councillor Bussiere, if I may, one of the things that CAO Hunter pointed out that is important to state is that the job description of our current auditor, it would be very different from what's in this bylaw and what would be contemplated for the regional auditor. So that's not to say that individual, again, I don't know her expertise and experience, but you'd be asking her to take on a different job. So it's not as easy as just picking her up and placing her over here and having her fulfill a new role.
No, and I disagree with that. Unfortunately, I don't read the bylaw the same way as your CAO. I still struggle that there will be no significant budgetary expenses, because at the end of the day, We have employees in-house. The internal auditor, we have one in-house right now. It sounds like we're looking for more help. So I'm confused with why
Through the chair to Councillor Broussier, one example of additional costs. So the bylaw contemplates that there are certain things that the office, I guess you can think of it as administrative burdens when you're running sort of a little bit of a separate administration. It could be something as simple as like drafting policies or procedures, or so for instance, our exempt compensation plan. Does that apply to this new staff or not? So that sort of administrative, burden does come with a cost. One of the things that the bylaw does consider is a budget for the committee members.
Correct.
In the event the committee members feel that they don't have the education or expertise to understand some of the complicated things that will come before them. So, that's one example of these additional costs.
And that additional cost is only if the committee approves of it, the 5 members, including the mayor. And
costs that are actually contemplated by this bylaw would be the 2 staff positions. And then the rest of it would be subject to ultimately council approval.
correct, yeah. So I guess to the mayor, like we haven't got even the first reading yet.
No, we're not even, we don't even have a motion.
So this whole debate about
There's no
costs
debate
and
right
that.
now.
No,
Yeah,
it's
we don't
going-
even need to do that now.
So if we just call the vote, then we don't
I'm
have,
gonna
and it,
just let the few questions answered, then we'll go vote. And then delegates, actually, get the delegates to speak. As a reminder to council, as Councilor Broussier just mentioned, that we haven't even had the first reading yet, so we're not going to be even into debate. So we want to just ask questions in relation to any one of the 3 options to Caitlin and administration. And once we do that, we can let our 2 delegates present, and then we can move to a motion. Councilor Cardinal, you have a question?
Yeah, I do. This one's for CFO Ferguson. What's the timeline for I just want to I want to kind of ways analyze about where we're at with next election and stuff like that. I have a little bit to do with it, but what's our timeline for our next audit to be completed?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, when we present an audit plan to council, it's usually for a 2-year time period. And then the plan is to then report back on what we have accomplished and then revise a proposed plan for consideration. So I don't remember the timelines. I'd have to look back. It should be closer to the beginning of the year. So we would present our findings, I would hope, in the next month or 2, depending on the agendas. And then we would certainly be coming back with a plan by spring for the 2025 to 2026 timeline.
Yes, and then the audit after that would be when?
Well,
Roughly, let's
the
just say.
audit, as I mentioned earlier
years?
through the chair, the audit is agile. It continues until all the findings have been completed and a final report is done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So administration. In the current standing or the status quo, do we have the capacity to audit departments?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, we are only able to audit 4 to 5 things in a given year. And then when additional items come up that are areas of concerns that have been brought to our attention, we will add those on to the audit plan. If we want to broaden the scope, we would need more staff for sure.
Okay.
Not necessarily more staff. Not necessarily more staff, but we can actually bring in consultants like Deloitte or MMP to provide that additional function if we need it.
Thank you for that clarification.
And can I ask Councillor?
Go ahead. Well, no, right now it's just questions for administration because we don't have you have a motion on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dogar, you have a question for administration? Thanks, Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you. No question, but I have certain comments about the audit importance, if you permit me. Because
Yeah, that would be during debate and stuff, Councillor. Right now, just
fine,
question administration.
fine.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So we have no more questions from council. Thanks, Caitlin, and thanks, Lori. Our first presenter we have is Bryce Kumka. And Bryce, if you could say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. If you could stay awake for that, that'd be awesome. And please remain seated for questions afterwards, please, Bryce.
Good evening. My name is Bryce Kumka. I just wanted to clarify that I'm just presenting as myself. I'm not presenting with respect to any of the organizations or committees that I am involved with. And I came for my free water, so I'm good now. But I guess when I read through the information in the agenda package tonight, I was, I guess, a bit confused as to what the purpose of the proposed, different options were when we already have a audit charter in place, when we already have an internal administrative function within the finance department that's sounds like they're rebuilding an internal audit process. And I started just thinking about comparing ourselves to Calgary and a process that, in my opinion, would be not alignable in any way, shape, or form. They're a budget that's 5 times bigger than ours. They've got 12 times the population that we do, and I've dedicated the last 7 years of my time as a volunteer to reduce red tape, and this bylaw unequivocally creates another layer of burden for no purpose whatsoever. There's no additional safeguard. There's no additional subjectivity or objectivity. Sorry, I misspoke. All it does is create a new layer that doesn't follow the MGA from a reporting perspective. It was alluded to by Caitlin that there's potentially some challenges there with respect to being compliant. In my opinion, the ability to find a volunteer financial analyst, a volunteer CPA, a volunteer regional auditor, I think is a bit, those are some pretty high hopes. People are willing to volunteer their time, but those type of professionals, they're going to look for compensation. Then you're going to have to add administrative staff. So I don't count 2, I count at least 4 with 3 big salaries to get the kind of expertise that you want. When this could easily be achieved through the rebuilding of, an internal audit function within the finance department now, I think this might be an example of we cut too deep when we did the cuts as an organization, or municipality as an organization, and now we're learning from our errors. So an internal, or as was presented by the gentleman from Deloitte, a collaboration between external consultants and internal capacity building, we can address some of the internal audit functions. I think there might be some misconceptions of internal audit, and it's been alluded to by the experts that these are functional and kind of process-driven discussions, not financial decisions. And I think when you try and, when I was reading this, it starts pushing all sorts of parts together that don't really need to be there. You're pushing whistleblower in, you're pushing budget in, you're pushing internal audit, and they're very different functions. I got caught up in a whistleblower complaint within the RM when there was no policy in place, and it was a disaster. So I know from personal experience, you need that objectivity from an external source. So to create another entity where I don't think there's very much inherent benefit is in my opinion, unnecessary. So I support the administrative recommendations of the status quo with the rebuilding of an investment in capacity within the finance department. Thank you.
Thanks, Bryce. Do we have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Bryce. The next presenter we have is Mike DeRoche. And Mike, just say your name for the record, and you know the drill. It's 5 minutes to present, and you remain seated for questions, please.
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor. Sorry. Mike DeRocher, I'm here speaking as public and not an affiliate with any of my committees. I'm here to speak on the Calgary option 3. I've seen what we've done. I see social media. I remember the audit from KPMG back in the days. The fact that we haven't had something like that for 10 or more years is confounding. The fact that we've, excuse the expression, raped and pillaged our audit and our whole department that you had from 20 people down to 1 kind of speaks to the concern. What I've heard around council tonight was this concern about expense, maybe $1 million. 20 staff members, auditors, and all that, we had a department. Because we are that large, our budget is that large, we have a major concern. We have a lot of citizens concerned, and it's all over social media. So if you haven't been on social media, it's there in abundance. So bylaw number 24/017, I want to speak in favor of. I understand where Bryce is coming from, but at the same time, I think that independence gives you guys a lot more governance ability to be able to have somebody with independent, no offense to our CAO, but we've gone through CAOs at a drop of a hat some years. So having a continuity of a committee that has a couple of paid employees that are working this, I don't see them as volunteers, I'm sorry, so I do see a cost, is nothing compared. I also believe that to strengthen this, when you make your bylaw or when you put down your as Kate was saying, the instructions to that committee, I think you need to reinforce your internal one for the CFO so she has more stuff to do internally. But having the continuity of having somebody there all the time, going through it 6 times minimum a year, allows them to see a little bit more what's going on. When we take on external auditors of any kind, when they're hired guns, they have to play catch up in a large degrees. Now, a lot of us, you know, we might have a business, we might have something else, we see financial statements, but based on the conversation around this table tonight, you can obviously hear that the expertise that we have, or you have, is limited compared to what subject matters expertise would have. And I think that is a governance I think some of the public is asking for. I think that them reporting to you without having anyone to have to report to other than you is a strong point. I've been on many different boards, I've been on different committees, and we looked at financials all the time, but we only see the surface stuff or target areas that each one of us might be a bit more specific or interested in. We don't get to see the whole picture. And I see this option 3 as allowing you guys to see more of the whole picture and not just part of it. And I think this doesn't work without strengthening her department, the CFO's department, with auditors to help that. So I don't see it as a one phase. Anyway, that's what I thought.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Do we have any questions for the presenter? Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, through the chair, Mike, thanks. Your volunteer, you said you don't see anybody doing it for free. Like the internal auditor is being paid.
Not for the 2 people that you would have on this committee. The 2 people on this committee would have to be paid because you, as it's been mentioned several times, you can't just get anybody. These two people have to be subject experts and to a very high degree if you're going to have any success with this committee, in my opinion. If you, right? It's great to have the public members. The reason I don't like the status quo is because if you read public opinion, it's not working. When you go back to KPMG, which we had 20 auditors, it didn't work. Number of things were pointed out, and a lot of change had to happen. But then we got rid of all the people. Option two is the same group of people that has limited exposure and understanding of the processes involved. So what are you getting? You're getting this much of the same. So you either change it completely and go to something that we'll consider best practice, right? It's separate and all that. I agree that Bryce is that we are nowhere near as big as Calgary or Edmonton, and our budget's not the same. But for this size of community, our budget is huge. And we need to consider that the small group that we have here have a huge amount of issues that we've got to deal with, and that financial expertise needs to be there.
Yeah, I was just going to comment. I mean, there's lots of lawyers, CAs, doctors in town that sit on boards for free. So I'll respectfully disagree that you wouldn't be able to find two folks to sit on this board if it was, the bylaw was passed, that would volunteer their time, that have given back to the community. So I don't think there would be a cost.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I think it comes down to the time commitment. I think you've heard Kate mention several times tonight that the commitment needed to do this is considerable. I don't think it's a meeting where you're going to meet and be done in 2 or 3 hours. This is not what the committee, at least not how I read it, not how I see this committee working. If you're truly getting a committee that's going to do this work and present to you informational and factual informational based on what they have observed, what they've seen, what the records show, then that's an investment beyond just a volunteer. I mean, listen, all of us would be happy if you got a couple of volunteers. That would be, we'd hang a medal on them. But, you know, so I wish you luck, but I just don't see that. But I also don't see the cost shouldn't be the barrier, because what we get from it is a lot more. And this is speaking for many people that I've talked to on this subject that have those concerns.
Yeah, no, definitely the cost would pay for himself, but I think you would find two people that live in this community that would volunteer. But anyways, that's debate and we can't do that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Bussier. Any other questions for the delegate? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Would any council member like to bring forward a motion? Councilor Bussier?
Okay. So just to clarify, this is only for first reading, right?
So
This will still come back to council?
Yeah, whatever your motion is, yep.
What's that? Sorry?
Yep.
Okay. So I move that bylaw number 24/017, being a bylaw to create the Audit and Budget Committee, be read a first time.
And there's a second part to that?
There is? Okay. Don't we need a seconder?
Yeah, and second is Councilor Dogar, thank you. Yep. Yeah, Councilor Dogar seconded.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And a call for a vote. Oh, no, it's a first reading.
It's just first reading, debates next week if it passes.
There's no debate. Yeah.
Yes, first reading.
Mr. Mayor?
First reading.
Okay, so before we vote, I want to clarify what's going on.
Okay.
This is the first reading, so there's no debate. This is to bring forward the third option, the Calgary option, for debate and to pass or not next council meeting. Today, just the first reading.
Which is
It's, that doesn't, yeah, that's not, we're not in debate about that. This is right now, it's, you can vote yes or no. Okay, you can debate that, next week. You can debate that next week. Thank you, upheld.
So just for
Except we understand-
clarification, if it does pass the debate, second, third reading, September 17th, because we changed our meeting from the 24th?
Yeah, and that's what I had in the bottom of that. That's
Okay.
what I had in the bottom of that thing.
Okay.
And council can, yeah. So all in favor? And against?
Is it time to make comments?
No.
Oh, okay, because can we amend what we have?
No.
Oh, not today. Can I bring an amendment?
No.
Oh, okay.
I call for a revote.
Yeah, for revotes, we know what we're voting on?
Okay.
Okay, so all in favor? 1, 2, and against? So it's passed 5-3? No. 4-4?
There's 2 people in favor.
I'm in favor.
You're in favor? So 3.
5-3? So that has been defeated 5-3.
So at what point can we change? Make a
No, there's no amendment.
There's no amendment.
Yeah, vote in favor. It was me, you, and,
He voted in favor. The mayor did.
okay, next we have the report on Ward 4 councillor vacancy. I'd like to invite Jade Brown and Darlene Susi, Legislative Services, to introduce the report. Yeah. Actually, just because we've been sitting here for quite a long time, let's take a 5-minute break really quick. Just 5 minutes, everybody, so we can Next, we have a report on Ward 4 Councillor vacancy. I invite Jay Brown and Darlene Soucy to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. My name is Jade Brown, Chief Legislative Officer, and I'm joined this evening by Darlene Soucy, Returning Officer, to provide you with an overview of the Ward 4 vacancy report. With the passing of Councillor Jane Stroud on August 10, 2024, there is now a vacancy in Ward 4 on Council. The report before you outlines options for Council's consideration, whether to hold a by-election or not. In accordance with Section 162 of the Municipal Government Act, in this case, there is no legislated requirement to hold a by-election. This is because there are less than 18 months remaining before the 2025 municipal general election, and there is one vacant position. The next municipal election will be held on October 20th, 2025, with nominations opening the beginning of January 2025.
Although it's not required legislatively, council may choose to hold a by-election. The Municipal Government Act states that unless a council sets an earlier date, election day for a by-election is 120 days after the vacancy occurs. In this case, it is interpreted that a by-election would be held on Monday, December 9th, 2024, unless ministerial approval is requested to set another later date or council chooses to set an earlier date. If a by-election were to be held on December 9th, 2024, the nomination period begins the day after the resolution is set to set the by-election is passed. For example, if council were to pass a resolution this evening, the nomination period begins tomorrow. In this scenario, nominations would close on November 12th, 2024. The by-election day would be December 9th, 2024, with results becoming official on December 13th, 2024. The successful candidate would need to be sworn in as well as undertake training and orientation. Although we don't have a detailed budget finalized, it is anticipated that a by-election could cost approximately $50,000. This concludes our presentation, and we're happy to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Just going by the 2021 census, there's about 1,300 people residing in Ward 4. Is that do you know if that's an educated guess? Anybody?
That would be close. I've already had Planning and Development look at the estimated eligible voters for that area, and it would be approximately 700 eligible voters. Perfect.
Thank you. Councillor Dogar, question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just one question. If the nomination election is held and somebody is elected, he would continue for this 1 year or another 4 years also?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the person that would be elected would only serve until the next election in October of 2025.
And then he'll finish the term?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Excellent question. Councillor Cardinal? Oh, you're off count.
Sorry. Thanks for the presentation, Jade and Darlene, right? Yeah. I'm going to get this sooner or later. December 9th, so why December 9th?
The legislation states that the by-election must be held within 120 days of the vacancy, so
okay,
that would be the time limit.
But upon the unanimous resolution, can that be changed?
Yes.
It can, right? That's what I figured. So that's all.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Menjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thanks for the presentation. Has there been any feedback from the community or anything to indicate the need or otherwise?
I believe we have a delegate, do we?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, we do have 2 delegates registered this evening for this particular agenda item, and you may get further clarification from their presentations.
Okay, so prior to this meeting, was there, or is it procedural to check or not with the community?
Through the chair, our process isn't to necessarily go out to the community specifically. From a legislative services returning officer perspective, we understand that some communication has gone out to the residents and the community organizations and Indigenous in that area so that they were aware that this item was coming forward this evening, outlining their ability to come and speak this evening or reach out to us if there were any questions. We also received some inquiries from residents who were interested in what a by-election would look like, and we were able to answer their inquiries outlining potential dates. Of course, if council were to set an earlier date for the by-election day, we would have to calculate different timelines because the legislation is very strict around nomination period as well as close of nominations. So all those timelines would be backed up accordingly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Joko. Do we have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any, so, go ahead, Kendrick, you do? We'll get into debate once a motion's made, yeah. I'll let you know. Not yet. We have delegates that have to speak. Okay, thanks, Darlene. Thanks, Jade. And we do have two delegates for this item. The first one, Matthew. And Matthew, if you could just say your name for the record and
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening. My name is Matthew McKetty. I'm the Manager of Government and Industry Relations for Willow Lake Métis Nation, based near Anzac in Ward 4. I'm here this evening to speak to the item of the vacancy in Ward 4 following the sad passing of Councillor Jane Stroud and state our request to hold a by-election as soon as possible to fill this vacancy. Ward 4 is a unique area in the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, encompassing the communities of Gregoire Lake Estates, Fort McMurray First Nation, Anzac, Willow Lake Métis Nation, Chipcorn Prairie First Nation, Chard Métis Nation, Conklin, and the Conklin Métis Nation. And it requires a dedicated and engaged representative in council to promote and steward to these myriad interests and this priority growth area. Additionally, Ward 4 contains virtually all of Highway 881, one of only two egress routes south from the region, which is a major artery not only for residents of Wood Buffalo, but critical to the transport of labor and materials to the many commercial leases in Ward 4. Recent work from the communities along 881 to improve the state of the highway as well as enhancing relations with stakeholders has been supported by our elected and needs to continue. Further, the distribution of rural to urban-based councillors leaves us with concerns regarding adequate representation on council relative to issues specifically affecting rural communities. The regional municipality of Wood Buffalo has always promoted our diversity, rural spaces, and wilderness as a central element of our identity. We request a by-election to fill this council vacancy and assert the municipality's commitment to rural representation. Finally, I think it's notable that Ward 4 is allotted a singular councillor. So with this vacancy, these communities and these residents are left without an elected representative in their region.
Thanks, Matthew. Thanks for your presentation, and I couldn't agree with you more. Do we have any other questions for Matthew? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Matt. Next, we have online. We have Rolando, I think. Yep, there we are. So, Rolando, if you could just state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain online for some questions, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. Once again, my name is Rolando Nzunza. I'm the Director of Consultation for the Chard Métis Nation based in Janvier. As always, thank you for allowing me to present to the council remotely on behalf of the community. I'm here today to speak to the importance of the Regional Municipality Wood Buffalo Council holding a by-election in Ward 4 on December or sometime before. And however, I want to first acknowledge Councillor Stroud's contributions as a champion for these communities she represented. When in his eulogy, Mayor Bowman spoke to the list of initiatives Councillor Stroud had been involved in and influenced for the benefit of the residents of the communities and the impact Councillor Stroud's work will have on these communities for generations to come, he reinforced for me that her work needs to continue. For the community of Janvier, only within the last years, they have secured water, wastewater, playgrounds, road paving, high-speed internet, additional lands and housing, and community capacity, to name a few. Councillor Stroud was also an advocate for a secondary egress road in the community, which once again became an issue in July of 2024, when both the Chippewa Prairie and Chart Métis Nations declared states of emergencies due to the Kettle River Complex wildfire that threatened the communities. The list of initiatives and accomplishments, due in no small part to Councillor Stroud's work and influence, highlights the importance of having local representation for rural and Indigenous communities. Additionally, during the preceding agenda item, the presenter discussed several options for a potentially significant committee. Had it been adopted, that committee would have included two rural councillors. At present, only 3 councillors represents wards 2, 3, and 4, highlighting again the need for more rural council representation. I want to close by requesting that the council hold a by-election in 2024 as a tribute to Councillor Stroud's legacy and hard work representing the communities of Ward 4 over the past 14 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Orlando, and thank you for your presentation. And it was good seeing you at Councillor Stroud's funeral that day. It's good to see you. Do we have any questions for Orlando? Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Presenter, sir, may I ask you, where do you live?
I reside in Edmonton.
Okay. You don't have any concern with this Ward 4? You don't live there?
Sorry, I just presented, sir, on through the
Correct.
Through the chair. I just presented on the need to have a by-election to represent Ward 4.
And for clarity, Councillor Dogar, Orlando works for Chart Métis Nation. Do you have any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Orlando.
The secret to having no questions is presenting after 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Orlando. And finally, we have Mike DeRoche. And again, Mike, if you could say your name for the record, you have 5 minutes to present, and please remain seated for questions.
I'm going for frequent flyer points. Once again, my name is Mike DeRocher. I'm presenting as public. Jane Stroud's memories reaches far beyond Region 4. Talk to anybody in Ward 1, they know Jane. What she's done for people in rural and her champion goes beyond just her own wards. She champions all. Ward 4 has always been a difficult area. There hasn't been a lot of people that stand up because it's a difficult area. It's also vast. We do have 2 councillors that represent rural that are here currently right now, but they're both north. The south is a unique region. Like I said, it encompasses all of 881. You've heard representatives from many of the different nations, from Matthew and from Rolando. It's an important part. I think Jade would want somebody to represent her as soon as possible. I'm here simply to say we need to have that vote. It's not about the money. It's about representing, and it's also in Jane's memory. I would also encourage, like the other presenters, that we need to do this sooner rather than later. That we move the date from 120 to 90 days. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Great presentation. Questions from council. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. the Chair. This question is actually for administration, but Mike, I really appreciate you bringing it up so I could ask the question. Under the MGA, is it possible to shorten the timeline of the election? What are the parameters to be able to do that? And the reasons I guess I ask is that we walk into budget session in election year, so to be able to do it sooner would be great. So I was just wondering the parameters around that.
We can, after, probably go to that
Mike,
once.
Thank
Just
you.
hold on, Mike, in case there's questions, but we'll go to
you
that.
can, somebody might
Just-
have another question.
Does anyone have questions for presenter? There is none. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. I would ask administration, take the desk.
Let them talk and then you can. Please.
Page 15.
So through the chair, to answer the question, under the MGA, council can set an earlier date, of course. As I alluded to earlier, there are some timelines that would need to be changed. So in your report, we based our timelines legislatively on the December 9th potential date. So I'll let Darlene speak to what it means if we were to back that up.
Sure.
Go ahead, Darlene.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, we can back the date up. What we would do is once council decides on a date that they want to hold the election, then we will back everything up. So the first thing we're going to back up is nomination day, which would happen 28 days prior to election day. What we want to look at when we set the date and the timing is we've already have, basically a month that's passed since Councillor Stroud's passing, is to give candidates time to campaign, collect those funds, and get their campaign off the ground. So, council can certainly set the date and we'll move everything around that.
And if you could refresh my memory, was the cutoff 28 days before the election so they can campaign or they can submit up to 28 days before the election? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And so we want to give ample time to be able to do that campaign up to the 28 days before the election, is what you're saying?
Yeah. So the minute council decides, or not the minute, if council makes a decision on the date tonight, nominations actually will open tomorrow. They will close 12 noon on that date. So if we back up a month, we're going to look at closing in October.
So the election, you could submit
You still have
tomorrow.
those 4 days, but you'll have that more time to spend to collect funds and to get your campaigning out. So as soon as a candidate is nominated, as soon as they file their nomination papers, they're able to start collecting funds and incurring expenses for this by-election.
Okay, thank you.
A question actually for Lori. Do you have the dates for the budget? And what are those dates? Oh, I've turned you on, sorry. Go ahead.
Through the chair to the chair, the proposed date for the budget is December 3rd and 4th. We will be presenting that relatively soon for council's approval.
Perfect, thank you. I just didn't want to coincide. I know a lot of our staff are busy during budget, so if we change the date that we're not doing an election while we're trying to do budget. Councilor Dogar, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to ask the question. One thing is established, they need a representative. I have been there 3-4 times in these 5-6 months and a very difficult area, and people were addicted to the love and affection of Jane Strout because she was always busy and engaging them. So is it possible legally that instead of holding a nomination from the previous record of elections, the council can nominate somebody?
No, through the chair, Councillor Dogar, the legislation doesn't authorize council to do that, and it doesn't give us those parameters. Under the act, it says that we can hold a by-election should you choose to.
Okay, fine.
Come out of the seat. Just kidding.
Do you have any other questions, Councilor Dogar?
No, there's no question,
Okay.
Definitely there is a requirement of a representative there.
Thank you.
Or you give additional responsibility to Stu Weigel or Cardinal.
They're good. Councilor Cardinal, you have a question?
I do, to the chair, to Lori, when's our 2-week budget dates? What do they call that?
Budget deliberations.
The learning about the budgets. Henry, you were talking about that? Workshops.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I've only just received the package with those dates. I believe it's in October or November. It's approximately, it sounds like it's approximately mid-November.
Okay, thank you. Good.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Do we have any other questions for administration?
No, but I'd like to make an amendment to a motion.
Yeah, just. Okay, thanks, Jade. Thanks, Darling. Can I have someone make the motion?
All right, I move that the by-election be held in Ward 4 of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo on September 18th after our September 17th council meeting for Ward 4 councillor.
Well, we can't have it tomorrow.
No, that's the 18th. It's not tomorrow.
Well, you can't have it in a week. People need time. You're going to need at least 30 days.
30 days from what day?
We have to look at a calendar and see what works for what
Okay,
works.
let's start that over then. Okay?
Okay.
Let's
look at.
I got it. I move that a by-election be held in Ward 4 of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo as soon as possible.
Can it work? We just need a date. Just look at the calendar, Kendra.
Through the chair, to interject, the legislation actually requires that council set a date by resolution. Would need to back up the nomination day 28 days from the by-election date itself.
Okay, so tomorrow, I could start tomorrow?
And then give them,
right?
But you got to give them.
No.
13th, that gives them a month to campaign, then the month cut off, and then they're in.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Okay, yeah, I'm good with that. Hold on, I'm doing a motion here. I move that the by-election be held in Ward 4 of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo on November 13th, 2024.
Through the chair, elections had to be held on a Monday as legislated by the province.
The 18th.
18th of November? Okay. All right, I got the date. Okay.
We have a spreadsheet that populates the dates, so we can put in a couple different variations and provide you with some options.
We do 60 days. It's a month to campaign, 28-day cutoff
Then they'll be there before budget, right?
for the same time.
Through the chair to Councillor Walkman. If we went with 90 days, we would be looking at November 9th. That would be a Saturday, but moving it to the first Monday after that would be the 11th, which is a statutory holiday. So I would recommend that we would move it back to November the 4th. So we would avoid that holiday being the election on a statutory holiday.
We're all at RMA.
Pardon?
Yeah, but that wouldn't matter. We're at RMA.
We're fine if we're gone, right?
Yeah. I'm okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, read it.
All right, let's try this for a third time. Fourth? Okay, fourth time. Ward 4, fourth time. On November 4th. How about that? I move that a by-election be held in Ward 4 of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo on November 4th, 2024.
Thank you, Councillor Carter. Could someone second that? Councillor Dogar? Councillor Dogar seconds it. Is there any debate, discussion, or comments from council?
I do.
Okay, turn your mic on. Somebody has to press a button.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. Debate? Are we debating? Comments. Lady J, I know that you're in spirit with us, and I was talking to my council colleagues and Stu. Jane wouldn't want it any other way. She would want us to be able to push for the people. She would be there in spirit, and I think that this is probably the best option that we can move with. And rest in peace, Jane. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. And I agree. I think that's one thing Jane would want her ward represented as early as possible. And I think it's an important ward, as we've heard from presenters. A lot of issues we have in that, and one that she's been fighting for and we've been fighting for were improvements on 881. And we're going to keep fighting for that. And I'll be happy to see someone representing that ward in the near future. Councilor Dogar?
One question. Thank you for giving me a chance. One question to the administration, that the dynamics of by-election is different. It would be 60% less than the actual voting, which my experience goes. Certain councillors in the past, they have won it in the nomination, by-election, but ultimately in the final elections, they couldn't make it. So is there any criteria that minimum how much percentage is to be achieved in that election?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the question, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Binjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thanks for bringing this forward. And I just want to express again the shock and all that we've been through in the past few months, few weeks rather. And there's no doubt that Councillor Stroud was almost more than a councillor. And I like the words of the man that spoke earlier on. She was a champion, not only for Ward 4, but for the region. And as we're debating, I'm just feeling like whoever will win the election is stepping into some big shoes. I wish them luck. And we really need to do this, and maybe that will also help us. It's tough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Binjoko. Do we have any other comments, debate points, questions? Not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, Connie and Mike. Next, this is going to be the last item this evening. We're going to move the motions later, and so the last one here is the report on community backyard rinks policy. I'd like to invite Amanda Owens, Bryn Armstrong, Plan Development Services, to introduce the report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development Services. With me from Land Administration is our Manager, Bryn Armstrong, and our Lease Coordinator, Kim Collette. It's through their collective efforts and collaborating with other internal departments that the policy before you this evening was On January 9th, 2024, a motion was put forward directing administration to bring forward a policy that formalizes a new community backyard rinks program, which would allow homeowners to construct temporary outdoor skating rinks on or directly adjacent to their property, utilizing municipal lands. It is important to note that while the municipality currently has an existing community rinks program in place, there are challenges with it. The biggest being that it does not allow backyard rinks to extend onto municipal lands. Additionally, the existing program does not allow for boards or municipal lands either. I will now turn over to Bryn to describe the proposed policy before you this evening.
Thank you, Amanda. The new community backyard rink policy allows homeowners who otherwise would not have space in their backyards to construct backyard ice rinks to now have the option to extend an ice rink onto adjacent municipal lands or to construct an ice rink fully on municipal green space pending municipal approval. This new policy sets out the process for approving community backyard rinks, which we aim to make easy for residents. Rinks are exempt from equipment permits, but rinks with electricity will require an electrical permit for the purpose of ensuring things are done safely. If a community backyard rink is deemed allowable by the municipality, the resident may the municipality at a nominal rate of $1. This slide outlines the application process of a license of occupation agreement. Once an application is received, it is reviewed and circulated to both internal departments and external stakeholders, such as utility providers. If no objections are received from circulation, the applicant shall be eligible to enter into a license of occupation for the construction and maintenance of a community backyard rink. This license will be non-exclusive and allows anyone to use the rink, as it's on public land. The term limit of a license will be no longer than 5.5 months from October 15th to April 1st. Once construction of a rink is complete, a preliminary inspection takes place to ensure public safety. The licensee is responsible for construction and then maintenance through the season, including dismantling, with a final inspection taking place by the municipality. A detailed guide on how to construct and maintain an ice rink has been created and will be available on the municipality's website. The guide will outline roles and responsibilities of the municipality, the applicant, and volunteers, site selection criteria and the materials and equipment needed, the approval process, including application timelines, and the standard operating procedures to construct and maintain an ice rink. In regards to licensee responsibilities, they will be responsible for reviewing the guide, submitting a completed application, obtaining general liability insurance. Please note, administration has been made aware of a possible constraint with insurance requirements, and we are open to adjusting the language. The licensee is also responsible for signing the license agreement, erecting signage for safety purposes, contacting the municipality for an initial inspection to verify existing ground conditions, constructing the rink utilizing their own materials and equipment, carrying out maintenance of the rink, maintaining a logbook through the season, removal of the rink and restoration of the lands by April 1st, and finally, contacting the municipality for a final inspection to verify that the lands have been restored. The municipality will be responsible for providing feedback to the applicant on their application, gathering information, and reviewing feasibility during the approval process, preparing the license agreement and signing, providing a waiver of liability signage to the applicant. This signage is that all residents can use the rink at their own risk. Signage shall be installed on site, visible to all users, and always remain in good condition. Providing a detailed guide on how to construct and maintain a municipal backyard rink. Conducting 2 compliance inspections, one at the beginning of construction and one after removal. After careful review of the previous Community Rinks program and listening to community concerns, revisions of the existing rink program resulted in the development of the new Community Backyard Rinks program before you. New municipal development plan, approved this evening, the policy supports enhancing Wood Buffalo's liability through fostering opportunities for social interaction and Embracing Winter. If approved by council this evening, more information about the program and application will be ready online mid-October. Thank you. This is the end of our presentation. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you, Bryn. Just a couple quick questions myself. Formulating this bylaw, did you have community members come in that do backyard rinks to kind of help put it together?
Through the chair to the mayor's question, yes, we did engage with community members who have experience building rinks.
Okay, perfect. And do the rink times, they coincide with winter maintenance zones? Is that the reason for the timelines for it, or with the fire, or with fires?
Through the chair to the mayor's
season,
question,
I guess we have a fire season.
the timeline that's contemplated, it aligns with the ability for applicants to flood the rink as soon as the conditions permit. The end of the program, it doesn't align exactly with the fire season, but that's we've made sure that the date is we've consulted with RES on this and confirmed that they are comfortable with the timeline.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you. Councillor Dogar, you have a question?
Thank you very much, sir. Do you have, madam, very nice presentation, but I feel that if there is a picture of this ring, so that would make me understand better. How do you make it, how do you utilize it? Do you have some picture?
Through the chair to the question, this is a pretty standard outdoor ice rink. We do see them in the region already. We're just creating a policy and a program around allowing for the more, I guess, open and safe use of these rinks. It's a standard outdoor ice rink.
Is it only for the ice, or during summers some loose earth could also be made a ramp and children could play over it?
Through the chair to the question, this is for private residential rinks that are being put in during winter months only, and there can only be a structure between October 15th and April 1st. It has to be dismantled after April 1st as it's intended to be a temporary use.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. And Councillor Dogar, I sent you a photograph of one of the rinks. So you have a photograph. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for coming back with this information. I remembering that some of my neighbors came here last year to discuss this. So I think this is a good development for sure. My question is, the new process of application, what's the intention to simplify it, or to, I know we don't want to compromise safety by any chance, but I'm wondering how stringent is the new plan or the application going to be for simple people putting the rinks at the backyard? Is it going to be a serious red tape and process and waiting to be approved and things like that? I'm just wondering.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, the new program, it's designed to be, it's designed in that it provides additional safety measures, in that the resident will actually enter into a legal agreement with prescriptive requirements. Additionally, it's intended to be easy for them to apply. There will be more of a review process, but we intend to make this very easy for them to come in, apply through the same portion of the website that they normally would, and process the application in a timely fashion.
So we have resources for people that will go out there and inspect, or how is this going to be better?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, we will have bylaw representatives who will go out and inspect as soon as the rink is constructed, and they will also go out to inspect as soon as the rink is dismantled.
Okay.
Through the chair to the question, if I can just add to that as well. One of the restrictions, or one of the issues that we were hearing with the current program, is that at the time, presently, we don't allow for boards to be erected around the rinks, and we also are seeing that many people want to put lights in as well, outdoor lighting. Another issue with the existing rink program is that people right now technically are not allowed to extend their rinks from their backyard onto municipal land or locate them on municipal land fully. So what this program is intending to do is to allow people to put the boards up around the rink, also allow for the lights, and also allow them to put it on municipal land behind their backyards. To Bryn's point, there are going to be safety checks and balances put in place, nothing too aggressive. If there's lights going in, we are requiring an electrical permit to make sure that it's safe. We're not requiring a development permit for the rink. And people are allowed to have a warm-up shack, but we're going to be paying attention to the size of it. If it's over 10 by 10, for example, then that triggers another requirement. All in all, we are trying to make this a more simpler process. Right now, we understand that bylaw does put a lot of resources to this because there are calls that go back and forth and some misunderstandings in terms of what's allowed and what's not allowed in the existing program. The other thing I wanted to add is we're going to be shifting the program to an online application to also allow for a smoother process.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko. Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks for the presentation. Through the chair. Kind of was thinking about this. I think it's important that we add in the policy that there's fire extinguishers at each end of the rink. Is there any way we can be able to do that for the hazards? That's all I got. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Cardinal.
Through the chair to the comment, yes, we can do that.
Yeah, is that something we want to check with, maybe check with RES and check with what the fire department would think would be appropriate? Safety codes and that kind of thing. So we'll just, we'll check with Jody and RES and see what they recommend after.
Thank you.
Oh, one more question. What's the projected length of these rinks? Do we have just a basic rink for the size rink? Because I know they're not going to be like an NHL rink where there's 300 feet, right? Stu, watch me, he says. But you know what I mean? And just kind of ways get a rough estimate of our parameters that we're going to follow.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal's question, we don't anticipate anybody to construct a overly something that's sorry, I'm fumbling here. We don't anticipate anybody will build something larger than they'll be able to maintain. So we haven't actually provided prescriptions around that. Rather, we believe that they'll request something that's suitable.
Well, I think it's important that we add in the policy if Stu's got a yard that's 300 years big, and they're able to put a big rink there, but also they have a person that's got a fenced-in yard and he lives in a condo, and they want to put a small rink in there. You got to really analyze the circumference of the fence, right, and the yard itself. So I think that needs to be a contributing factor about the policy. Just saying that because you don't want a person to build a whole rink in their whole complete backyard and don't get to move it around at all, I guess. I'm just trying to, there's got to be some parameters around that.
I think a lot of people right now use their whole do.
Yeah, so I guess that'd be my question. We don't have no guidelines as to what size and depending on the size of the property, I guess.
Through the chair to the question, this program is, it's a backyard rink program, so primarily you wouldn't see anything beyond the width of an actual residential lot, because it would be right behind that private land. Like, we wouldn't extend it beyond that likely. And through the process of the application, we would be reviewing each individual application. So if there was something that stood out as being we would probably question and go back and forth with the applicant on it. But to my point earlier, it's within someone's backyard. We can't control the actual rink. If they want to create a rink within their fenced area, they can. We're more so looking at what's on the municipal property, and it wouldn't go beyond the width of a residential lot.
Well, I guess for point of reference, I think it's important that, you know, we don't want to have a puck fly to the next neighbor's house. There's going to have to be a net or something that's going to protect the neighbor's houses. You don't want a puck that's going to fly and you got a kid outside and then all of a sudden a puck hits the kid and there's an accident, and then our policy's out the window and somebody's getting sued. So you got to make sure that that's in place as well. And that's important because you don't want other kids to get hurt from a flying puck.
Thank you.
Oh, your mic's off, Lance, sorry.
Just following up from Councillor Kendricks, I mean, because you do run into some lots like Westwood and Timber or Brett Drive where are fairly larger than a typical residential lot. So what's stopping like two neighbors from removing their fence? Like, I guess I'm agreeing with Councillor Cardinal. We may want to put restrictions on size or three neighbors taking down their fence, and I don't know. I agree. I guess you could probably end up having a few neighbors build.
Through the chair to the question, technically, yes, you could end up in that scenario. It takes time and energy and money for people to maintain these rinks. I don't think we're going to see, you know, 4 widths of a home of massive rink on the backyards. It could be possible, yes, to sort of safeguard on that. We could add a maximum size of the rinks if we wanted to. And then also understanding too that administration does have flexibility in terms of what's being approved and what's not. And the applications are being reviewed internally. So if there's anything that stands out, it would be flagged and we would be asking questions. But if it makes council feel more comfortable, we could certainly look at like a maximum square meters of a rink size for consideration.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting a size, I guess, maximum size. I'm just thinking like there's some big lots on Brett Drive and then where Westwood Crescent. I mean, there's
definitely
substantial size there, right? So, okay, thank you.
Thanks. Good questions, Councillor Boussier. Did you have something to add, Chris?
Yeah, through the chair, I just wanted to say we have every potential use of property could be a development and require a development permit. But currently, we have a list of exemptions, and there is a great deal of latitude in private property to not regulate or over-regulate the use of private property. And so unless there's a real harm that's being demonstrated, I would encourage council perhaps to give some real thought before getting into regulating people's private property usage. Right now, we exempt, I think, up to 1,000 square meters of soil grading, which allows people to, for example, have a small backyard garden. and they don't need a development permit. So you have to be careful, or I would caution council to getting into, we're dealing with this issue tonight because it's on municipal land and it's become a concern for that reason. So we're trying to respond to a community need, but so far I don't think council's heard about concern about private rinks. I will say in my own experience, we had an issue in Calgary where somebody put up a sport court and then they started putting up lights and they wanted to have it going on until, midnight. That's a problem and that had to be regulated. I get it. But probably for the most part, there's not a problem here waiting to be solved.
Thanks, Chris. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair, and thank you, Chris, because that just kind of, listening to the conversation, I was thinking I would hope that neighbors would take down their fence and build a big rink. My assumption is based on the information that you presented, as a municipality, we're going to ensure that if we're on utility right away, there's still access for emergency vehicles and all of that. So I don't care if the rink's 300 feet, as long as it doesn't impede access and the issues that are just being identified are said, because I mean, we got parents like Stu and his neighbor want to make a huge rink so all the kids in the neighborhood could play hockey. I'd rather have them at my house than somewhere else. So I support that 100%.
Is there a question? Councillor Walkwin? Councillor Walkwin?
I guess since it's just the first year of going ahead with this, it'll be a trial run basis, and then the next winter will be where I guess where to set up boundaries. But the question I have is, who is going to hold liability on these rinks if they're extended onto municipal land? If a kid gets hurt or an adult, who's going to hold the liability on that?
Through the chair to Councillor Walkwin, the way the policy is written is that it requires the applicant to excuse me, it requires the applicant to acquire $2 million of liability insurance and add the municipality as an additional insured.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walkwin. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, just I forgot to, through the chair, the lights, is there a timeline when they have to turn it off? I've just had people phone Timberley, Ball Diamonds, lights are on at midnight. The Brett Drive one, apparently it shines in the back of my buddy's house in Brett. So who enforces it if it's not, if the neighbors forget to turn it off or the homeowner does?
Through the chair to the question, the community standards bylaw will apply in this situation. So the Rink applicants will be required to adhere to the same bylaw. So
is there something in the bylaw that regulates lights shining in your neighbor's yard? I'm just asking. Because I've got calls from Cartier Park people, from Timberley lights, for whatever reason they didn't shut off or someone forgot. And Brett Drive, the Rink and Brett Drive is a big one. There's lights on.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, so it could be considered a nuisance. So we would be able to, through the community standards bylaw.
But do we have bylaw at midnight?
We don't, but we have an agreement with RCMP to deal with things if they're not doing other things.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Do you have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any, so thank you. The delegates, we have Bryce Kumka. Thanks for sharing your evening with us. Bryce, if you could state your name for the record and 5 minutes to present and remain seated for questions, please.
Well, happy Wednesday. My name's Bryce Kumka, and I think overall, I took a look at the proposed policy for backyard rinks on municipal land. I think for the most part, it makes a lot of sense. There's nothing better than skating on a natural ice surface. It's so different than an artificial one. And it's great for kids to have access to recreational opportunities because, to be perfectly honest, it's cold here a lot. So not a bad idea to allow this to happen. It's kind of fun, too. It's kind of a neat thing to have a community rink. And I guess at the end of the day, for me, this is already happening. It's been happening for a long time. People do this either in their backyards or outside of the backyards. If your property adjoins to a green space, I may have built a rink in my backyard for my daughters in the past that may have crossed the property line, 'cause I don't really know where it is. It's hard to tell. So, but all kidding aside, I think it's an important thing that's already occurring, and to have a policy that promotes some safe and regulated, just to have this happen in the municipality. I was unaware that there were like full-blown lit, boarded kind of structures, but it's forming right, so nothing really should surprise me here. People have time and resources to employ for things like that. So the one thing that I was concerned about, I think there's a differentiation. There's I guess a couple different things. These are for rinks that are not inside the people's backyard. They're outside and on municipal land. But the permitting process and the insurance portion only is applicable to the structures. So like you flooded a piece of grass rinks, they don't need the same kind of process from how I read the policy. It's only these more involved kind of setups that require that. One of the things that I wanted to talk to a little bit about is from an insurance perspective, and most of you probably know that that's what I do for a living. It could be problematic to get a home insurance company to provide cover as an extension of a homeowner's policy for an ice surface that's not under the exclusive control of the homeowner. Anybody could come along with their skates or walk across it with their boots on if they wanted to. There's no way to kind of restrict access, and that becomes a little problematic. I reached out to a number of insurers after I had some conversations with Brennan and Director Hiatus/Owens. So there's not a lot of interest on the insurance side of things to do this. I also reached out to some specialty insurers that do specific hockey venues, and they're not super excited about it because there's not the same kind of control. So that portion might be problematic. So my recommendation would be to make the insurance requirements at the discretion of administration. That way you can make a case by case assessment of what's there, what the risks are, and what potentially an accommodation for a resident to do this could be. So those are my thoughts at midnight or on Wednesday morning. So.
Thanks, Bryce. I appreciate you sticking around all night to present on everything.
It's a hat trick.
Does everyone have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Bryce.
Thank you.
Next, we have Clyde Phillips. And Clyde, if you could just say your name for the record. You have 5 minutes to present. If you can remain seated for questions, please.
Clyde Phillips. Really, everything was addressed by administration there, my concerns, but the only thing I'd like to add is that maybe kids want to consider neck guards and wrist guards in case they bleed to death on the ice there. That's the only thing I wanted to add.
All right, thanks, Clyde. Does anybody have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Clyde. Mr. McConnell, if you just say your name for the record, Kyle, and you have 5 minutes to present and remain seated for questions, please.
I won't take 5 minutes. My name's Kyle McConnell. My phone's also at 1% from sitting here. I'm here to represent many. Oh, there it goes. I just did it. That's okay.
You know what you're going to say.
It's from the heart now. I'm here to represent a lot of parents that I know. I grew up here. I was here in the spring when we brought this forward. Everybody, it was unanimous, and clarify a few things that I think people are misunderstanding. Like, I don't believe Mr. Cardinal was here for the first one. So just when you were talking about pucks and certain things, so we're talking about, this isn't net for adults, right? This is for kids. So when we come to the idea of, you know, you might see adults out there in your mind, but it's actually for children. I have a lot of kids on my street. They are playing on the street. Whether there's a rink or not, they're playing on the street. They're skateboarding in the summer. They're running around in the winter. This just gives them something else to do. They can't go utilize the ODRs, which are the outdoor rinks that the municipality has, because there's teenagers and adults there. So this is what we're creating, to utilize the opportunity for kids from the age of 2 to 10 to learn how to skate. What this also does is allow children to understand that they like hockey and go into minor hockey. So I'm all for it. I hope you guys understand. I obviously understand that there's the insurance side of things and everything like that, but I think the ladies did a lovely job with what they've done. I know that I have friends that have been doing it, and, you know, people, as much as you want to say permit this and permit that, people still do things. But now if you create the opportunity to come forth and say, I'm doing this, and there's no problems with what you're doing, they will go to the RMWB and do things properly and get the permits and actually, you know, agree with what you guys have, what you have just seen. So that's all from me. I just think it's a great opportunity for children to learn how to skate, to be in the community. And I know behind my house, it's not mine, but I've seen tons of kids come over, and it's always a joy to see kids with a smile on their face in December and January and February. So thank you.
Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate you coming in, staying here all night. You were here the last time too. We had many conversations, and I think council should know as well, there's a lot of kids in your street, and they're all in that rink. I've got tons of pictures from Andy and everyone knows that Kyle actually doesn't have any kids. He's here.
And I work tomorrow.
And he works tomorrow. So he's here representing all the kids in his neighborhood. So his neighbor's got to be pretty happy Kyle did this. So thanks for that, Kyle. And if anybody else has any questions for him? Councilor Benjoko?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Kyle and Nebo. So thanks for representing the neighborhood and all you do. And it's just my opportunity to say thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Benjoko. Do we have any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Kyle. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I make the motion, I would like to make an amendment to 3.3.2.3 at the recommendation that Bryce Kumkai brought up, to add in at the discretion of administration. I believe we need to vote on that and then vote on the motion. Am I wrong? Sorry, 3.3.2.3. CC my playmate.
You make it in one motion?
I can the motion with the amendment in there?
Put the motion on the floor.
And then amendment?
Then amend it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. 2 seconds, my apologies. I move that the community backyard rinks policy LDI-040 as outlined in attachment 1 dated September 10th, 2024 be approved.
Thank you, Councilor Weigel. Can I have some second motion, Councilor Benjoko?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, comments, or debate points from council?
May I speak?
Yeah. Turn your mic. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to add an amendment to this on 3.3.2.3 and to add in at the discretion of administration.
At the forefront of that section?
At the discretion of yes. At the forefront of 3.3.2.3.
Thank you. And need a seconder, Councillor Cardinal?
I second that. Thanks for bringing that forward, Mr. Weigel.
And CAO?
I just want to make sure that council is aware that by adding that amendment, that should the homeowner not have insurance, then the municipality would be backstopping that insurance. We would then be liable if there was any accidents or any issues.
Okay, thanks, CAO Hunter. Going to comments, just really quick, just probably a question for Deanne. Do we have any issues when we did this kind of trial run last year?
Through the chair to the chair, there was a few issues with people putting up boards, but now that the policy's changed, I think it's going to be smoother.
Right, so last year when we relaxed the enforcement, was there any issues once they were relaxed? No?
Through the chair to the chair, no.
So there's really more work for bylaw before we relaxed it than afterwards. They had to be the fun police until 2 to 8 year olds, they couldn't skate on the ice.
Through the chair to the chair,
Perfect.
That's correct.
Super. So I'll be supporting this motion. I mean, we live in a northern community. It's winter. We have 2 seasons, summer and winter. And as we've seen yesterday and today, it comes fast. I mean, and we live, learn, work, and play is our kind of our motto. And that's what it's all about, using the outdoors. And I'll take a quote from Guy Boutelier. He always said, take care of the kids and take care of the seniors, and everything else will take care of itself. So I think this is just something to take care of the kids. Do you have any other comments, questions, or debate points from council? Councilor Benjoko?
I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you.
And we can go home tonight.
Do you have any other comments, questions, or debate points? Councilor Walkwin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Kyle, for sitting here through the night there and really advocating for the kids. I do have, cousins that play on their backyard rink that the parents make, so I could really, associate with what you're bringing up. And I think that this is going to be a benefit to a lot of parents where, they, like it was brought up, that where the kids would actually know if that's what they want to do is play hockey. And it brings back a lot of memories even to watch the kids when you're driving by. So thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Walkwin. If someone has any other comments or questions, we'll first vote on the amendment. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. And now vote on the motion itself. All in favor? And that's carried unanimous as well. Thank you, everyone. And if council is okay with it, I'd like to defer item 7.5 to September 17th and items 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3 to October 8th or October 22nd. No issues? Okay, meeting's adjourned. Thanks, everyone. Sorry for the meeting being so late. It was either that or we come back tomorrow night, but through consensus, no one wanted to come back tomorrow night. So thanks, everyone. Henry said you guys can all come in late tomorrow. No problems.